So we are officially live, and I don't have a single card deck shuffled yet.
Hang on one second. What did you do? Did you shuffle or no?
No, I haven't shuffled, and we're live.
The
And
truffle shuffle?
I think.
Well, you best
If you
get
know,
on that,
you
sir.
know.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
All right there,
You know,
Talib.
I'm going to say this. I envy you because here you are. You're backlit and you're fine. I am washed out, like completely.
Oh no, I have the nice circle light that you gave me. That's why.
Oh,
See?
you're using that? Okay.
Yeah, watch this. Ready? So now.
Oh,
That's
okay.
without.
Oh, that's right. You're on your phone.
Yeah, it's like a
Yeah.
Pat's. It's like a Pat's cheesesteak. Wit out. Wit out.
Now, if you know, again, if you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
This
Figured
is
you know.
This is well. I mean, when you grow up, when you're living this close to Philly, you gotta know.
Mm-hmm.
I know one person who would know. Vincent Charles. He would know.
Yes.
That guy, he knows. He knows a thing or two. Honestly, I've never been to Pat's or Gino's.
Really?
Ever.
Only
Yeah.
Pat's. I've only been to Pat's. It's like like I don't know. I'm not going to say anything because you probably get blasted or something if I say
Oh,
what
no.
I think about it. So, if you could help me with something, I lost one of my gemstones and I cannot find it anywhere. And it happens to be my Libyan desert glass that was like
no.
$30 a friggin' gram. Seriously, it was really. I don't know where it is. It's like it's in a necklace, like a gem cage, and I can't. So I don't know who you can ask for me.
Well,
You can do a little spell for me because I cannot, for the life of me, find it. And that necklace has helped me so much to keep my emotions in check and to help me not absorb other people's. And I just don't know what happened to it. I've done this before. I've lost gemstones before, and they pop up in the funniest ways. But this one is not coming back to me for some reason.
Well, speaking of which, there's one I wear pretty much all the time. Like I'm here at home, so I'm not wearing anything right now because they're right there on my altar. I mean, the influence is already there.
Right.
Speaking of which, I completely forgot to do one thing.
Oh, I wish I could find it. Come back to me, Libyan Desert Glass. I should have named you something so I could call out.
But anyway, like I was saying,
yes,
I'm pretty much under their influence, so I'm not like wearing them right now. Now, if I go out, yeah, it's the first thing I do. I'm putting everything on. But let me show you one I just found that went missing.
Hang on. Let me zoom in. What is that?
This is a chunk of raw Auralite 23.
You got Auralite? What?
Yeah.
I was going to say that's the Auralite, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I thought you couldn't get it because of Canada.
Well, I got some.
Oh my God, I always wanted one.
Actually, there's I might have shared that link with you. It's a place out in Pennsylvania.
Mining Gems, right?
Mining Gems, yes.
Love that place. You got it from there?
Yep.
Get out. That's a nice chunk.
It is, and I love the shape of it.
Oh yeah, the chevrons look so cool.
Yeah, I know. I was like, and
that's a powerful stone.
I've carried this before, and like right now it sits on my altar, but occasionally I'll use it to like put on top of a deck or something like that, which nobody really sees that anymore, at least in the videos I do. But today, Murder of Crows Tarot.
Look, I've got your best buddies right here with me today.
Oh.
That's from Mining Gems, citrine.
Or baked amethyst, I found.
Yeah, baked amethyst. He said it was citrine, so I.
Yeah,
and is it the same thing?
Oh no, they're two completely different stones. See, like the citrine doesn't grow in clusters. I've found.
Okay.
But like they grow their own way. They don't grow like if you look at like you take amethyst and you bake it, it will change color.
Right. You said
And
it
it's kind of
loses its
strange.
purple
Like
amethyst there. Oops.
and baked amethyst does the exact same thing. So it's not that big a deal. It just you kind of wish they would quit misrepresenting it.
Well, yeah. Well, can citrine be brown and green, right?
No,
No.
it's definitely an orange color.
Oh, orange. Where am I getting green from?
I
Well,
don't
this
know.
is orange. I mean, this is like orange
Yeah,
and brown.
but if you look at citrine versus baked amethyst, you can tell the difference. I actually have someone who knew a lot more about gemstones. There you go.
Let me look her up.
Yeah, look that up because I got the same book and I had to look it up myself. So,
oop, I went past it. There it is. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's more amethyst than it is because the yellowy orangey stuff is not throughout. It's like you could see there's a specific
exactly.
delineation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bitch.
Well, right. I mean, I think it could be that mining gems just doesn't know what it is they're selling. They tried to sell like I bought some that was labeled citrine. Turns out it was honey calcite.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which honey calcite on its own has some properties I was kind of looking for anyway. So kind of lucked out with that. But again, it wasn't citrine. It's like okay, that citrine can be kind of pricey unless it's lab grown.
Yeah, so can Libyan desert glass. God damn it. All right, what are we doing here today? We're gonna do one at a time.
I am.
I'll shuffle again.
I'm shuffling. I got one more shuffle on this.
I'll shuffle again because I feel like if I'm not shuffling when you shuffle, it doesn't link up. If that makes sense. Like my cards need to hear your cards shuffle. I don't know. It's just a thing. I don't know.
It's a thing.
It's a thing. When you know, you know.
I should point out that 2 of the decks that I'm using today, 2 out of the 3 are decks you got me.
Yee!
So the Murder of Crows Tarot and the Angels and Ancestors deck. For some reason, they felt like those 2 felt like they went together.
Okay.
And the runes are tagging along for the ride here.
Oh, I got the runes too. I didn't even show you I was using the runes. Woohoo!
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've got them out. The ones from Witcheroo because I don't have.
Oh yeah, those are amazing.
I know. Do you want me to get the angels? No, we'll just stick with this deck.
Yeah, yours is fine. Yours is fine. It's all right.
All right, I got our shuffle here.
One of the things I ran into yesterday, speaking of gemstones, was I had to go to Walmart to buy some pants.
Okay.
And went there, grabbed a pair that looked like, or grabbed a few pair that looked like they fit me. Tried them on. They're okay. So I was like, all right, well, I'll take these. I walked to the checkout.
Yeah.
And there's this lady there at the checkout who very nice. And she instantly locked on to one of my necklaces.
I love when that happens.
She was like, "Ooh, I love your stone." And I'm thinking, what? Which one? I'm wearing like 4. I'm like the Infinity Man here.
You are.
I feel like if I snap my fingers, I'm going to Thanos half the population.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Your gauntlet of infinity stones.
Hey, look, the woke are gone. So,
Love it.
All those screech lords are out of our hair. All right.
All right.
All right. So anyway, that's the one that she was like locked on was my I have this bit of quartz that Witcheroo sent me when I ordered a deck of her runes.
Mm-hmm.
And she really liked it. Oops. And she said, "Wow, your stone even has the same rope configuration mine has. I'm like, really? She reaches down into her shirt, she pulls it out, and there is this chunk. I'm talking like this big around. Looked like might have been green aventurine.
Oh wow, that's
I
pretty.
mean, it was a chunk. I was like, damn. And it was this yellow cord that had been braided like in a cage around it and then knotted and then braided around would hang from the neck. Beautiful.
Nice.
And I was like, whoa. And when I told her the story behind the quartz, she was like, all right, now I'm just a little bit jealous. Like,
yeah.
pays to know people in other parts of the world. What can I tell you?
Yep. What are you gonna do? I miss Witcheroo. Tell her I said hi.
You know, she's been sending like these videos and pictures. Apparently, her and her husband are living in an RV right now, and
Yeah,
they've chosen
told me that.
that kind of, as she calls it, bus life. And I'm like, I'm seriously like I'm not even gonna lie, I envy her. There's no way I could take all my books with me. That's
no, you need another trailer. You need like a motorcycle trailer.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, this is my home. That's my mobile library. I just wonder, how do you get your mail? You know,
I don't know. You forward it to a PO box probably.
Possibly.
Come back and get it. All right, what are we doing here?
So, here's what I'm going to do. So, for those of you joining us today, let me grab a couple of links for you because I'm going to throw them in the chat and star them. And these links are going to be to the tribe. So I'm going to grab both of them, pop them in the same place. So right here in the chat, paste, and boom. All right, so starring that. Now, if anyone wants a reading today, you can get 3 cards. Is if you donate to the Ko-Fi page. I think that's how you pronounce it. That's how I'm going to pronounce it. And if you do a subscription to the tribe, you get 6 today.
Oh.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to sweeten that pot. Anyone who stays for a month and then renews for a second month, I'm going to give you a full reading and a birthday reading. Totally private, totally yours. You can ask anything you want. In the meantime, we're just going to sit here, have a little fun. We're going to talk we're going to relax, have some tea or coffee, and talk about things. And I'm just going to go ahead and lay out like 3 cards right here, and I'll turn the camera toward the table. Wow, that was a lot of alliteration there.
Yeah.
There we go. Right toward the table. Well, all I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of like lay out 3 cards. So that way it faces you instead of me.
Yeah, I'll do the same thing.
There we go. I got you 3 cards there. Then what I'm going to do is we're going to make this the Friday reading. So I hope everybody's like tuned in because honestly, there's no way for me. Well, I mean, there is a way for me to download this and probably get it up onto the other platforms as well. And I might quit being a lazy ass and do it if I got the time. I'll lay down 2 of the Angels and Ancestors cards. Mootz is adjusting her camera.
I'm trying to, but it's not doing.
It's not working for you.
Not doing well. Let me see. Let's see what we can. Can you kind of see?
I can kind of see, yeah.
Man, shit. That's not what I wanted to do.
All right, I'm laying down 3 rune cards as well, and I know it's not ideal, but
I don't know what I just did.
I don't know either.
Oh, I know it. Wait, nope, that's not the right. Do that.
As you can tell, we're very, very celestially focused on our tarot mats today.
Can you see?
I can see your table. I can see where you've got everything set up there. Wow, that is a beautiful space.
Thank you.
I'm absolutely loving that.
Thank you very much. I've got my dice here. They stay.
Yeah.
They stay here. Yeah, they get charged like every day with awesome energy.
Her magical math rocks, ladies and gentlemen.
They are my magical math rocks.
And here's the thing I want to point out, because we are going to talk some tabletop role playing games today too. You actually got started with basic fantasy. You got started in the OSR with BX rules. You didn't you'd never played an RPG your entire life until then.
Correct.
Wow.
Yep.
That's amazing.
Sometimes I am.
Well, let me tell you this. This is probably something you don't know. There are some other games out there like Lamentations of the Flame Princess and the Wretchedverse. They use the exact same rule set. So like you could go from one into the other and never miss a beat.
Oh, so they're like, what's the word?
Not clones. What they did was they took the basic expert set of rules for D&D and they just turned them into other games using the exact rule set.
Like compatible,
more like cloning it.
Okay.
So it's not. It's an old school retro clone, like basic. You could play Basic Fantasy, Lamentations, and Wretched Bastards, and the only real difference between the three is that Lamentations also has rules regarding firearms for later settings, so you can really set the game in just about any time period. And then Wretched Bastards has a mechanic where you're playing an anti-hero, so to speak, and you're going to base your character upon one of the 7 deadly sins, and that becomes the running theme for your character. And it's that way throughout the entire Wretchedverse. The Wretchedverse just has different settings. It's really cool. But anyway, I say let's get right down into it because I'm actually going to be using the Angels and Ancestors cards today as like a significator and a spirit guide rather than the Viking Oracle today.
Okay.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to draw the card for the viewer who is watching this right now. So anybody who's watching this over the weekend, this is what your weekend's probably going to look like. First one, High Priest. So this is, it says intend and create, and I'm going to pull this and show it to the camera here. Everything that you create is going to be about intention. Intention has to go behind it. So if your intention is to divide people, that's exactly what your creation will do. If your creation is intended to bring people together, just like yesterday's reading and the day before said, that's exactly what it's going to do. It's just what it says right there on the box. It's going to be very self-evident, and there are going to be people that misread your intention, but your intention will shine through to the people that it's meant to reach. And so the good thing is, with this card, you're in complete control of your situation. You have everything you need. You don't really need any more. Everything else is just extra, and in all likelihood, it'll probably complicate matters. So just focus on what you have in the moment. Like I said, what was it, the day before, practicing a little gratitude, just kind of like, thank goodness I'm on this side of the grass. Thank goodness I have my health. Thank goodness I do have a job. I have a means of, supporting myself. I have, roof over my head. I have clothes on my back. I have plenty of options to cover my free time. Be thankful for those things, and you'll watch your anxiety just evaporate.
100% true. There's some days where I forget to be thankful, and I find myself like spiraling.
Yeah, we all have those days.
Focusing on the wrong stuff,
So your turn.
Okay, so let's see, where do I want to start here? I just threw down a significator for it with the Rider-Waite tarot. How was that holographic
The
tarot?
holographic, yeah. Those are beautiful cards, by the way.
They're so cool. So I'm gonna start with that. And we've got the Knight of Wands.
Again, with the creative energy.
Right. Yep. Can you see that okay?
Yeah. It's a little glimmery, but I can see it.
Okay. Yeah. So again, with that fire energy, that creative, quick, fast energy. So starting out with your significator being the, intending and creating. Well, there you have the additional backing of the wands, the suit there, which is all about creative energy and fire and quickness. Because you could see too the salamanders on his. It's on his armor that represents fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Also, if you look at his horse is just like raring to go.
Horse almost looks like it has a mane of fire, right?
Exactly. It looks a little lionish almost.
Yeah.
So there's a little Leo energy in there too, and it's with that Leo energy, it's all about having fun with it. Don't take it too seriously. I mean, right now, I can tell you, I just sent 20 pages of stuff to Miguel over at the Red Room, and he's really liking it. Like he loves the realism of it, and I'm about to take it a little bit out of the realism because this is meant to kind of reflect like grindhouse kind of stuff.
Oh, cool.
And everything in the book is just going to be rules, but we can get to that one later because there's so much to talk about.
Yeah, let's just keep going.
Let's keep going. Okay, so what are you being guided by? And that's the question. And here we go with a Magic Guardian.
Oh, nice. There we go. Wow.
Here we go. More of that creative fire. More of it. Not less. More of it. So this one's telling you, unlock the magic within. One of the my lower third on most videos, which shows like right here toward the bottom, will say something like "believe in your own magic," and that's absolutely true. Again, what I said before about you having everything you need, nothing has changed.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, there's Felberg there. Welcome to the show. And you know what? I'm gonna get to something Felberg did, which is pretty awesome, and I want to show that off. So
double trouble.
That'll come a little later.
Did he just call us double trouble?
Yes, double trouble.
I love it.
By our powers combined, we are double trouble.
We are double.
We are the mixed tag team. No,
mixed tag team. All right, let me start. Are you finished? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm good there.
All right, let's just throw this one over and see what we got here. Oh, some more wands.
Oh wow!
So this is your 9 of Wands, talking about being able to overcome any obstacles. So this guy, he's looking at the obstacles in his past. Those 8 wands there, and he's tired and he's worn out, but he still has that ability to overcome the obstacles in his past and what may be in the future. So maybe go ahead.
Well, one of the things I wanted to kind of add here was the one thing that the 9s represent is completion. That's true. We creative people, I know myself included, we have a real problem with completing things. I hit cases of writer's block all the time. I have these really great ideas. They're ready to come out. I bring up a word processor and
the blinking cursor.
The curse of the blinking cursor.
Right.
Because then I have no idea what the hell to put down. But you give me a notebook and a pen, and I just start scrawling shit. Mm-hmm. It's the weirdest fucking thing. But like when Miguel asked me to expand that one setting I wrote for Wretchedverse, I was like, yes, because for once in my life, damn it, I'm going to complete something. So now I have accountability here, and like I don't have any excuses now. I have to wipe the excuses away not to complete something. So that's, you can look at the guy. This guy, he's tired. He's whipped. He's really gone through it, but he's looking at those trials going, yeah, totally worth it. Mm-hmm. This is the guy who's just been through a battle, and he's like, yeah, I'm standing. You're not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of got like a rag around his head and leaning on that one wand, like, oof. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm ready for the next one.
You think I look bad? You should see the other guy.
Exactly. You can't see he's not in the frame because it's too bloody.
he pulled an iron sheik and went, "I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you. I'll break your fucking neck, you motherfucker."
Oh man, I love it.
Iron
Crazy up in here.
Big Iron Sheik energy only on this channel.
Mm-hmm.
If we get Iron Sheik in here, yeah, then you get Mondo, thermonuclear Iron Sheik energy. All right, so let's see what that first tarot card is here. And actually, I'm gonna move over here because this is the first one. So this is where you currently are. So from here, you're going to have a choice of outcomes to take. So starting here, we have a 3 of Cups in reverse. So right now, it doesn't seem like there's a lot to celebrate. This is a lot of like emotionally, your cup just isn't quite full. And this is where you currently are. Whenever someone creatively has this kind of thing going on, there's a lot of burnout. I think there's there's almost apathy, but in this case, it's kind of like this is a focus on what you don't have. And that's not the place you need to be. I mean, your first 2 cards, your significator and your guide are telling you this is not you. It's not where you want to be. So it's time to move on from that. You will have something to celebrate later. You can actually, the good news about reversed cards like this, you can spin them around.
Right.
If your card is a devil, you could spin that, reverse it, and now instead of being locked into something you don't want to be locked into, now you can be liberated from it. But this is where the choice is going to come in, because that choice that you make today is going to make all the difference. That choice you make this weekend is going to make every bit of difference. It's going to spin that around. It will give you something to celebrate. So even though this is like kind of a negative connotation, there's still a way to get this to the point where you want it to be. But you can't let this be your focus right now. It's almost like watching Better Call Saul. You watch him; he's absolutely broke at the first of the series, but he's money hungry. That's all he cares about.
Right.
And when his brother tells him, money's not the point, and he's like, no, money is the point. That's where you start to see, where this character is going.
Right.
So right now, emotional fulfillment is not the point. Give it time. You're going to come upon that. And that does it for me. Let's see what you get.
Okay. Queen of Pentacles. So we just said money isn't everything, right?
Money's not the point. Well, money is. This is almost like I'm gonna say it's Diane MacGyver, who writes books, and she's currently working on a book called Dragons in the Dungeon, if I'm not mistaken. She that money can't buy happiness thing came up one time, and she's like, that's total bullshit. Money can buy happiness. I'm always happy when I know I have options, and that gives me more options. And
right.
There's a good point. The point, though, Queen of Pentacles is all about that opulence.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like Oprah rich right there.
This isn't, you get a car, and you get a car, and there's food on the table, and my kids are happy. They've got all the clothes they need.
Exactly.
Right? My husband's satisfied. Everything's good.
So,
I mean, she's surrounded by roses and beautiful garb.
And she's holding on to that going, look at this beautiful thing I have.
So shiny, so chrome.
And Yeah, if she were living in the cyberpunk universe, look at my chrome.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's do cyberpunk ASMR. Look at my chrome. It's
Yeah.
so shiny, so sleek, so futuristic. Apple wishes it had it this good.
Oh man. All right. My face hurts because I'm smiling so.
All right, so
Go
here we
ahead.
go. What I'm going to do next is I'm just going to like flip these two just to
Okay.
kind of present the choice. So let's flip and see what's going on.
All right, I'll flip my last one here too. Oh, geez, Louise. What you got there?
Okay, so here's the thing. We got something kind of interesting here. This Ace of Swords.
Okay. We
The
like
Ace of
that
Swords.
card.
This is a great card to come up because it is about clarity.
Mm-hmm.
It's about knowing exactly what you want. It's about having that vision. This is all going to take place in your mind, and that's where the creativity part has to come from. And when you have something like this, now you're thinking very clearly. You're moving forward. You have that vision, and you're holding it. But at the same time, there's also this choice. It's this is also, are you going to be working with someone? Because again, this is about collaboration, and that's that Three of Wands. But what's really weird is these two threes are flipped over. They're like, this is, it's almost like whoever this is, they are isolating themselves.
Right.
But
Absolutely.
but this moment of solitude is probably what's needed. So your choices are to either go it alone or really kind of take a moment to really think it through and shift your perspective, see it from a new point of view, and see what happens. Because I can tell you right now, working with others can be very rewarding. It can also be very emotionally uplifting, but you have to have a bit of a thick skin for it, because if you have the right people, they're not going to bullshit you. And
Right.
if you're working with more experienced people, they're going to show you better ways to do things that maybe will take a lot of the struggle out of it. So think this one through. In my opinion, I think the choice is pretty clear on this one. Rather than like throwing everyone off the project, which is a choice you have. You can go ahead and do it yourself. You have everything you need to do it. I think the better choice, the one I see working, is going to be this one where you have clarity of mind. So whatever you got to do to get that, get it. But if you do have toxic people that you're working around, maybe it is time to get rid of them. So your situation, this choice depends on your situation. This choice depends on whether or not this is really making it for you or not. So think it through and really take an objective look at it. Notice that you're not really taking an emotional view of things. Like Mootz, I could tell you when I was working for your sister,
Mm-hmm.
she rarely, if ever, took an emotional view of anything. She is
Yeah, I
she
don't
is
mean to laugh,
super
but
super practical,
she's very
and
practical.
yeah, and she like we've discussed this before. Like maybe I didn't like every call she made, but I respected it,
Yeah, because
and
she
I
was
went with it
fair.
whether I liked it or not. Because yeah, if she would have me do it, she would do it for anybody,
Mm-hmm.
and that was like like I knew when she announced that she was leaving. I was like, okay, well, as long as we keep the organization she has, we should be fine. That's kind of another story in and of itself, but
Right.
but yeah, like the way she handled it was rarely, if ever, did I see emotions guiding her.
Mm-mm.
I
That's
think I only saw it on maybe two occasions, and it was mostly like too many people had just jacked with her that day.
yeah.
She was not taking shit anymore. One of them, she like She showed up like a ninja. Like I'm going through a line, and I'm doing it to it because there's no other way to do it, and I'm just doing what I can. Suddenly, she just shows up. Go on your break. I'm like, whoa, what? Huh?
Whoa.
And she's like, just go on your break. I'm like, okay, cool. You don't have to tell me twice. You don't have to tell me twice. But in that one, she kind of had to because I was surprised by
You're shocked.
the
Yeah.
look of I am going to end every one of them in her eyes. I was like, what just happened?
Yeah.
And later, she apologized. I was like, and by then I'd already had time to think about it and process it. I was like, no, don't worry about that. It's fine. But yeah, this is one where this is a choice where emotions can't drive you, because if they do, they will absolutely lead to the destruction of your project, whatever it is. So don't let yourself be guided by emotions. Not this weekend.
To add to that too, because they got the Knight of Pentacles in addition to the Queen with those two, that fire energy. So like that muddled Three of Cups in reverse, and that like maybe I need to be alone, but like you can, if you have the wherewithal and you want to focus on the right things, like there is that fire energy, there is that ability to intend and create something better than what your current situation is. So, you know, with that Nine of Wands, like shit's been tough, right? Things have been tough, but you can work through it. You have that ability to get to that opulence, and maybe that maybe a message of a job or something like that, or you might be coming into money or something. But again, like money isn't everything, but it does help, right? It does help.
Right.
So I think that combination of your cards and what I've gotten here is really showing that idea. So I think we're syncing up here pretty good.
Yeah, the cards that you've been getting, in terms of your Pentacles cards,
Mm-hmm.
uh, they show a more grounded approach.
Yes. Like, let's not be so emotional about it.
Yeah, let's be a little more grounded toward it, and not get so in our feelings, or let's not live too much in our heads too. That's a problem with. I've noticed people have said this, and it's true. That's the problem with Libras. We live a lot in our heads, and yeah, that's absolutely true. We tend to. Like, I guess that's why we love tabletop RPGs so much, because it does allow us to live in our heads for a little while. It's very very therapeutic on that end. In terms of the runes, I'm just going to kind of like flip those over and lay them right on top. So
me too. I'm flipping them over as well.
I've got Ansu's, I've got Wunyo, and that's so strange that I got those, and Algies. So let's start with Ansu's for just a minute. And what's weird about this is, if anyone's ever heard the song by Skald called Rune, the chorus is literally a list of the runes.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, it's so strange because, like, I've been listening to that song. It's all in Icelandic, so I can't really understand it. But I heard like Thurasaz, Ansu's, Wunyo, and that sort of thing in there, and I was like, oh, I think I get it. This is a song about the runes. And then I looked at the lyrics, and I was like blown away.
Right.
I still don't know what she's saying in the lead up to the chorus, but I know what she's saying in the chorus now, because here we go. We got Ansu's, Wunyo, Algiz. Ansu's. This is Odin's rune. This is breath. But what it's telling you right now is this is why we draw breath. We communicate. And I just heard in someone else's D&D game, they were talking about, they had to find a way to do something, and they were facing kind of this undead horde, but this undead horde could cast spells because they could speak. So they had to find a way to bind them, cut the tongues out so they couldn't cast spells.
Wow.
Also in the Eddas, Loki's lips were sewn shut, so he couldn't speak, so he couldn't deceive anyone for a very long time. And us being able to speak, you've heard terms like speak your truth to power, speak your world into existence. Okay, those work, but you have to be able to effectively communicate them. This isn't just, I imagine a world like this, so it must be. No, not quite. You're going to have to understand. You need to communicate to people. You need to win. There's a book. What was it called? How to Win Friends and Influence People.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one will teach you stuff like. And we have seen this at the pharmacy, and it tends to work. It's a little bit of a disarming technique where if you got someone who's uncooperative, rather than get sideways at them, you can say, "Hey, you know what? I know this isn't your problem, and but I'll tell you what. If you could do X for me, I'd really appreciate it." And even if you just look into it and there really is nothing you can do, they're going to be like, "You know what? Thank you so much for looking into it anyway. I really appreciate that." That is how you use communication that's effective, and it works. It changes things. It will sometimes it'll change from there's nothing I could do about it to wait a minute, hold on, I found something. You know, you wouldn't believe how little effort that takes. It just takes a bit of self-control, which is a rare commodity these days.
Yeah, that is. So if you watch the news, forget it. I flipped the rest of my cards over.
Yeah.
So, because like I said, I have to get going soon, but I got it. It's just, can you see the rest?
I can sort of see them, but
Here, let me take my camera. Can you see now?
looks like you got. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's a little better. Manas, Degas, and Avaz.
Nope, that's Awaz, the horse. This is the first one.
Awaz, yeah.
Yeah, so
okay, and Ivaz was the last.
And then look at the tarot cards underneath. Can you see?
Oh my goodness.
So let's just talk about getting out of your head and getting like let's get through those challenges, because you have
Get out of your head and into your life. Unfuck yourself.
Unfuck yourself 100%. You can't. I mean, I can't make this stuff up. I think I said that the last time. I can't. These cards read the way they read. I've shuffled them, I think, 8 times,
Yeah.
and it's a powerful message. And if you want to
Yeah.
elaborate on that, I like, they say what they say. There's really not too much more to say about when you get the sun and death, right? As well as your court cards here. We're like, you got a king and a queen, right? We're still dealing with fire energy, and we're still dealing with being grounded and material things, as well as you got this and fire. Let's talk about energy with the sun. Like, that is all fire, right? You've got it. Like, you got it, kid. You just have to get out of your head, and something is going to change in your life. It will lead to change. Something has to die, and that might be, it could be a literal death, or it could be a figuratively, but something has to change. And that change is going to be within. You've got all the backing and energy you need. And I mean, Dagas with the sun, like, we're talking about dawn, right? We're talking about light. I can't get any better than that, really. So hopefully, whomever is watching this, that gives you some hope,
Well, there's also something else. And we're, like, just looking at the last 2 runes here, you have Wunyo, which is that raised flag of victory.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what it looks like. And on top of that, you have Algiz, which Algiz is one of those runes that also can symbolize an awakening. I'm going back to when you look at. I'm reminded of a little short video that Tom McDonald posted just this past week, where he said, okay, here's my video for sheeple, and not many people are going to give a shit about this because I'm just a big old nerd. and you get to see glimpses of how the video, like where the video was shot. You see his girlfriend Nova behind the camera, and then he was like, "This was just me, my girl, and like a couple other people. That's it. Just a few of us made this video happen. Just a few of us make this happen. Just a few of us make that happen. You know, all without the support of the music industry, major labels, blah blah blah. If I could do it, so can you." And he's like, "Before I was broke, I was nearly homeless. I'm battling addiction and mental issues." He goes, "Now look where I am. You could do this too." And this is exactly what these are telling you is, and also Tom McDonald, heaven only know, what was it? And heaven only knows what being broke awoken me.
Huh.
Bang, right there.
There
Here's your awakening right here. It's going to have to come after you've won, and you will have to effectively communicate in order to win. You may have to work with people. If you do it alone, you have everything you need. But even if you choose to work with people, you're going to have to effectively communicate to them what you need, what you want, and where you're going with it. You'll also have to receive that communication from them. You're going to have to actively listen. So that ONSYS works both ways. And of course, teamwork makes the dream work. And again, even you brought it up. Something has to die, right? Ragnarok, that card has come up twice in my readings this week. If you're too much of a lone wolf, maybe it's time to stop being a lone wolf. Wolves operate in packs, and that's where they're most effective. And they don't attack just unprovoked. They attack because if they feel they've been encroached upon or their territory is threatened, that's how it works. That's when they attack. But they operate in packs because it's a lot more effective. You can feed the cubs easier. Mm-hmm. You can keep predators away easier. And again, if you're working in unity with others and that unity is strong, who could possibly stand against you?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you can't be stopped then.
Right. You're completely unstoppable this weekend. So no excuses.
That's right. Bullshit. I love it. No fear. Remember those T-shirts? No fear.
Yeah, that's the other thing. That was something else I pointed out that came up this past week was fear will absolutely destroy you.
It will end you.
And you know what? Eventually, Rob Reiner is going to destroy himself with how much if this guy lives like his Twitter feed, oh gosh, I feel so bad for him. Because he is constantly in a state of just paralyzing, gripping fear. I mean, 1 minute, they've got Trump now. And then suddenly it's, I'm so scared for the state of our democracy.
So
that does not sound like a person who's confident to me.
Nope.
In fact, it sounds like he has some serious confidence issues. And I'm like, dude, you're rich and famous. What's with all the tears?
Yeah, just like live your life and shut up. Nobody cares. I mean anyway, look, I could get into that, but I don't want to be negative. I don't. So
exactly.
I do not want to go there. I'm going to think of all the beautiful things I have in my life, and Rob Reiner's not one of them. So that's wonderful for me.
Well, there are some beautiful things. And Rob Reiner's part of them. The Princess Bride being one of the most quotable movies ever. He made look. I'm gonna give the guy his due. He made some great movies. He really did. He made movies I'm a fan of, and I mean. Princess Bride, again, it's one of the most quotable movies out there. It was one of the last movies that featured Andre the Giant, a very beautiful soul, might I add.
Oh.
Because everybody who ever met him loved him, but he did not like everybody he met. He did not like Macho Man Randy Savage. May the gods rest and keep him. But
Elizabeth.
Bear! No, get out! And that man can put away some beer. But yeah, like it was one of the last movies that featured Andre the Giant. And I love how he was like, why does not sound very sportsmanlike? You know, just he kind of played the big lovable oaf, and I dug that. And from all accounts, that's kind of what he was like. You know, what people he liked. So for Rob Reiner giving us stuff like that, I definitely thank him. But his take on politics, go back to making movies, Rob.
Yep,
Be
exactly. Stick to poisoning the cup and switching them around. Like, you can do that, fine. But anyway, I am so grateful for being here today and being invited by you, Raven. I always appreciate it. And I really hope this reading was beneficial to our audience. So I do have to get going.
All right.
Okay.
We got to do this again sometime. This is
Absolutely.
always fun.
Yes. All right, everybody. Take care. Be safe. Right. Shine your light as usual.
All right. Later, Mootz.
Bye.
Bye. And there she goes. And believe it or not, it took. I'm going to tell you a little story here about Mootz, because I might have told this a few times, but this is one that let's see. Oh yeah, this is a good point. Lone wolf can still enlist allies at need. Know your friends. Yeah, know your friends. And there's an easy way to tell who your friends are, because when you're in trouble, your friends will be there. Everybody else will run. And then you know who not to send Christmas cards to. But anyway, Mootz, I actually met through her sister, who was my boss at the time, and her sister came to me and was like, "Hey, is it okay if I give her your phone number?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" And Mootz still has one of my video games. So, Mootz contacted me and wanted to learn more about tarot and things like that. So I literally just took her under my wing and started teaching her. And Mootz picked it up and ran with it faster than I ever did. It took me about 6 to 7 months of sitting on these decks of cards before I ever really got a move on. So it just goes to show you, when, like, fear kind of kept me from doing it, because I literally had a terrible experience with it initially. But that's a story in and of itself. I know I've told that one a time or two. But it goes back to letting those old stories keep you in check. Don't let that happen. You know, Mootz picked it up, and within 6 months, she went from student to peer in no time. And there were things she was doing. I took that as, hey, I'm not doing that. I should probably challenge myself, you know. So that's one of the things. Like, she has motivated me quite a bit. So that's why she is one of my dearest friends to this day. And yeah, that's why we used to do these kinds of live streams on High Notes all the time, at least once a week. You know, and life's kind of taken us into some different directions, and that's fine. She is currently trying to start a family. So if that tells you anything. And me, I'm still sort of the little more free spirited one. So we're like Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man. She's definitely Marlboro in this situation. She wants something a little more stable, a little more family oriented. Me, I'm just like, I love doing this kind of thing. It's my, I don't want to call it my bread and butter, because I don't actually make anything from it. But I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that. That's the way I set it up, and it's the way I want to do it, and let it ride. You know, it's fun. That's what I'm about. I'm all about having fun, and I don't give a rat's ass about anything else. So let's do it. So, Felberg, let's talk about your RPG first. I gotta get this out. I actually got it to fit in a cassette case, believe it or not. So, Darkroon, the official music of the channel, you can get the cassette for like $10-15. Worth it, in my opinion, especially if you have a Walkman and you hear that hiss, that little underlying hiss of a cassette tape running. Nothing like it. You could pay like $3, $3 to $5 to get the digital download, put it on your phone. I've got it on my phone too. I'm not always walking around. This is a limited edition, so definitely get your hands on a copy. Links will be in the description down below after this. But I've got to talk about this cassette case game. Yeah, that is a new brand. That is a new brand idea. And let me tell you, I finally got this right. It's not perfect, but it's right. Ladies and gentlemen, Red Judge. This is all of it. It is super simple. It does come with an app. If you purchase it through DriveThruRPG, if you purchase it through Big Geek Emporium, talk to Felbrig, get the app. The app needs a little work in order to work with, like, I use Brave browser. I don't really use Microsoft Edge, but there's an app that you can use with Microsoft Edge, and it literally just gives you, it's a crime feed. So if you've got your laptop at the table, I mean, you really don't need a GM screen for this at all. And you can print these right there at home. It's literally one sheet of paper. You make your entire book. This book is made out of one sheet of paper. Trim that border, make the cut where you need to, make the folds. Bang, you've got a book. Here you go. Here's yours. Here's yours. Here's yours. Here's yours. And you can hand this out at any table. What was the cost on that again? I cannot remember, but believe me, it's not expensive. And there are adventures that have been written for it. They are free. So, and this one, it's, at first I thought it was Judge Dredd, but no, this is more like futuristic. There's a new sheriff in town kind of thing. And it's absolutely amazing. I read through this in literally one sitting and had to go back and read through it again because, man, this is like a futuristic post-apocalyptic frontier. But instead of having Mad Max versus the biker gangs, this is more like, what would happen if Mad Max hadn't really gone mad? He's more like the bounty hunter, more of a bounty hunter than a cop, but he still has that cop mentality of he wants to bring these ruffians to order. Let's see. I always imagine someone playing Red at a store and handing copies out to all the players. And you know what? It kind of loans itself pretty well to that. In fact, if that app were to work on, say, like a mobile device like this, I'd be willing. Okay, sorry, I got distracted by a little flashy thing, but if you were to get that app to work on something like this, like an APK, oh my goodness, and it's just a little crime feed app. If you could get that to work on a mobile device, guess what? One of these, check this out. You're gonna love this. Watch this. Here we go. Okay, now this is not perfect because it does block my fingerprint sensor. There you go. All you need is this, your dice, and the app. Everybody can carry, the book right there. If the book gets fucked up, well, it's not a problem. You just print out another one, make your folds, your cuts, and you're good to go. I mean, it just fits. That's why I love it. So, like, Secret Game Stash, yes. Hey, there's a name for an imprint right there. Secret Game Stash. There you go. There's your studio name. Secret Game Stash Studios. Or Game Stash Studios. Whatever. There you go. Now, I've kept this sort of under wraps. Those who know. And if you know, you know. But if you don't, Lockdown in the Dollhouse, about a week ago. Lockdown in the Dollhouse was something I worked on about 3 months ago. It's a little 12-page supplement for 10 candles. And it's set in a prison. So you're facing the end of all things in a prison. Let me tell you something. When you're faced with that kind of a scenario, nobody wants to be there. Officers don't want to be there. The inmates don't want to be there. Other staff doesn't want to be there. They all want to be at home with their friends and family. But there's a problem. You can't just let them all out. So, imagine having to face that. You're stuck in there whether you want to be there or not. All the technology is failing, which means, doors may shut and never open. And lurking in the shadows is only a collective of beings known as them. And people are disappearing one by one. You have no idea what's going on. Yeah, that's turning it up to 11. I also came up with something called the adrenaline card, where you have this. Remember, this is a tragic horror game. It's not Cradle School. So I did what's called the adrenaline card. So you hand out index cards to everyone. Everyone has to list like a few phobias that their character might go through. And they could be your personal phobias. They could not. So like one of mine is going to be snakes. I'm going to write down snakes. I can't deal with snakes, not of any kind. If any phobia with me truly exists, snakes. I've kind of gotten over my acrophobia, so I don't really have that anymore. But snakes are a big one with me, so I will write that down, along with maybe some others. Like drowning or being buried alive. That's another one. It's kind of an irrational fear because I don't think that can really happen these days, but it's still one. I like the idea of being enclosed in a little tight spot under 6 feet of dirt I can't get out from under. That's not good with me. So I'll write that stuff down and I'll hand it to the GM. The GM can then take those things and turn them into those things because not much is known about them. And the people who have seen them, those people don't, they can only convey what they've seen of them. So it's a pronoun game big time there. The limitations of such a constrained prison environment would force creativity. Exactly. I mean, can you imagine being trapped in a cell? Like all the power in your block has gone out. You're trapped in there. You can't get out. And the whole point of the game is to stay in the light. And the only light is in the corridor outside. That leaves a portal for them to come into your cell and take you out. Holy shit moment. Definite brown trousers moment. It's one of those things that I just kind of put it out there. I didn't charge for it. I just kind of put it out there, let people download it directly from me for absolutely free. There was no artwork. It was just text. And then Miguel saw it. And he was like, would you like to expand this for Wretchedverse? This was minutes before my live stream last Saturday. And of course I said yes. Absolutely. So I've tentatively changed the name from Lockdown in the Dollhouse to Wretched is the New Black. Some titles have been kind of bandied about, like Caged Wretches in Heat, to kind of more, I guess, capture that 70s grindhouse feel. And I'll admit I like that one too. But this one is going to be like those women in prison movies, those old exploitation flicks. And that's kind of what I'm going for. So the story is, this setting, I really kind of want to make it a little open sandbox. And it can kind of go either way. So you can make a horror story, you can make a sexploitation story. It could be lurid, sleazy, violent, all the things that the 70s grindhouse movies are. And of course, once that book, I'm going to make it a point to put this in the intro. Once that book is in your hands, it's out of mine. So, you know, it's modular. You can use it and you're not going to break the game. So, if you want to swap it over into a different type of prison, you could do that. If you don't like that it has a death row, you can take the death row out. If you don't like it has a supermax, you can take the supermax out. You know, whatever works for your table is what I'm really going to be encouraging. But I just turned in about 20 pages of it, and Miguel liked it. So it's kind of like right now I'm just kind of like grounding it a little bit in reality, and then we're going to take liberties here and there. Obviously, a lot of the stuff that happens in this game, some of it does happen in real life. I'll tell you that. Some of it I've seen personally working in Louisiana's DOC for a while, and let me tell you something. The lecherous guard, that one happens a lot less than you think. Really does. As a matter of fact, I think it's a little overreported, but that's just me. But anyway, it's one of those things that I'm working on right now. I don't know that I can get it turned out as fast as Miguel and Sylvia get their scenarios turned out, but I am working on it. I'm writing it, and of course, if anybody wants to chip in and throw in on it, that's fine. I will happily accept any and all help. I'll be honest with you. I'm not. They could keep the money from it. I just want a copy of the book and a PDF. That's it. That's all I really want. That's all I really care for. Because, quite honestly, I just kind of like the idea that, hey, I created something, and this is pretty awesome. And it's my first time really creating and like getting something out there. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. So that's my news, really. I've also edited some of the Basic Experts new Cowpunchers game. And I got to tell you, this one is going to be super authentic. I love the first edition. The second edition is going to be something special. So I encourage everyone to check it out. And you could combine it with something like Wretched Country and really, really bust some heads. Phil, didn't you create something for Wretched Country, or not Wretched Country, Cowpunchers, I think. Because, yep. Send it my way if you want some help with editing. All right, yeah, I could definitely use another set of eyes, because, quite honestly, I know me. Sometimes I type stuff and then go back and I read it and I'm like, wait, what did I mean by that? Oh shit, I forgot to add that. Another thing, I posted this. I will post this in the chat because this was something I'm actually super proud of this. I've had this on the mind a while and I wanted to write it. Oh no, not that. Not like that. Like this. Share. Yes, let's share. Sharing good. So there we go. Go right into here. Pink gold for Cowpunchers. Okay, there we go. I need to grab that one next. I like my RPG budget is pretty much done for now. I bought a bunch of PDFs. PDFs I've been meaning to get to for a while. So unfortunately, there are some others I just can't jump on right now, but I will be jumping on them hopefully sooner rather than later. There we go. Here we are. So you know what? As a matter of fact, what I'll do, share screen. Present. Share that. Okay, so here we go. Right here, I'm going to just kind of go to that article that I wrote because, hey, why not? So believe it or not, folks, it's all right here. It's on pilled.net. Believe it or not, we are not losing the culture war. Consider the following. In 25 states alone, constitutional carry has been passed. Recently, Warner Brothers pulled the plug on Batgirl and cut their losses to the tune of $90 million. I don't know if any studio is going to cut losses on $90 million. And they like to blame COVID and the lockdowns for the inflation of the cost. However, I think there may have been other factors at play. Eric D. July had an ultra successful crowdfunding campaign that faced multiple challenges for his comic book Isom. That is one I did want to get on, but money just did not permit. But I do have to say I do wish Eric the absolute best of continued luck with that title. It does look really good. And here it is. This might be the longest example, but bear with me. Wizards of the Coast, the company that had a meteoric rise with Magic the Gathering, the collectible card game, bought TSR, the company that brought us Dungeons and Dragons back in 1997. The release of D&D under WotC proved a bit problematic as the game had issues with the new rule set. That was 3rd edition. WotC refused to release the older D&D material, and that same older material was pricing most players out on the secondary market. The secondary market was, I don't know how many of you were there for it, but that secondary market was brutal. You wanted a 2nd edition player's guide, Dungeon Master's Guide, and Monster's Manual, you don't even bother reaching for your wallet. You were going to pay through your nose. You were going to have to literally go up into the sinus cavity, then down, and then pull the money out that way. And as all of you know, necessity is the mother of invention. So with that refusal to release, by their own actions, WotC was issuing an ultimatum. Play our way or not at all. Now, as early as 2004, discussion on the internet message boards ended up producing what would become known as the Old School Revival or Old School Renaissance. Clones such as Osric and Iron Falcon, Swords and Wizardry, those were released. And I say this to people, those particular, like when you open those books, many people do get excited about rules. They're like, oh my God, look at this. Oh, this is great. Personally, I look at it and I was like, wow, it's bland as fuck. But I understand why. They were erring on the side of caution back then. Still a fan. So this was because WotC had issued the open game license so that people could publish their own adventures for new D&D. The problem, they couldn't copyright or trademark rules, only names. WotC had released D&D 3rd edition, 3.5, cleaned up some of the issues from 3, but then 4th edition came along, and most hated it because it played like a tactical video game rather than what it originally was. People were flocking to the clones, and it became such an issue that eventually WotC finally unvaulted the older material, 2nd edition and earlier. Why? The old school retro clones were literally cutting into WotC's market share. Now, initially, D&D 5th edition promised in their announcements that they would finally unite the old school and new players alike. Now, it's somewhat true for the 3 core rule books, Player's Handbook, Dungeon Master's Guide, and Monster's Manual. In any adventure module or book with optional rules prior to 2018, when Tasha's Cauldron of Everything was published. From there, the adventure modules just became more and more woke until their crown jewel, Journeys to the Radiant Citadel, was published. There are many video reviews on this particular book in case you want to see just how bad it really is. Old school players have been deemed as a multitude of ists and phobes for walking away, which is all right. We can do that. Now, I told you all that to tell you this. Independent studios and creators have been able to self-publish. Companies without Hasbro and WotC's deep pockets have also tried to go woke and found that they were going broke doing it, and many have backed off. Modifius being a prime example. They did it with Mutant Chronicles. They pissed off a lot of fans. The fans started to leave, and then they backed off. That's one of those things that happen. Cancel culture has tried multiple times to destroy the hobby and failed each time. Yeah, maybe you deplatform one person or another, but you never succeed. It doesn't matter. Because their fans are already there. It's true. Have a look. In the past few months, Roll20, a virtual tabletop, has shown just how racist they are, probably before that, too. Like, I only saw the video that was put together by John over at the Basic Expert channel, where he showed a YouTuber talking about being a Roll20 brand ambassador. He was bringing a lot of people to the virtual tabletop, did a lot of work for them, unpaid, unsolicited, put together a proposal, went to go meet them, and they said, no, we already have too many white people here. This guy already had a built-in audience. So it was just a colossally dumbass business decision. And it's racist, plain and simple. I don't care what anyone else says. That is, you're still like targeting someone over skin color. It's fucking racist. All right. And Drive-Thru RPG has decided to partner with them, causing a series of censorious rule changes and silencing measures to come down to coincide with their partnership. That's also true. We kind of thought it was Venger at first causing these, but it wasn't. It was their partnership with Roll20, because they know that under their current rule set, Roll20 would just turn them away. So, in response, BigGeekEmporium.com has also been established and makes self-publication in the PDF arena possible. Also, Lulu.com for print-on-demand options, and there's a partnership between BGE and Lulu in the works. Old school gamers are also fighting back like their fictional counterparts battling evil lich kings at the table. Griff Morgan said that if anyone are liches, it is the old school gamers. I beg to differ. I beg to differ, because the people that we're up against, they're like the undead. They rise up out of the muck. You know them when you see them. You know, they didn't create this. They didn't defend it. We did. They just became a different version of the very religion attacking us wearing a different t-shirt. That's all they did. WotC's recent 1D&D announcement has left more eyes rolling than a perp at a stun gun convention running a gauntlet like a Klingon dealing in pain sticks. In my opinion, tabletop RPGs are the turning point in the culture war. The multitude of options like Castles and Crusades, Basic Fantasy RPG, Chalt, third-party adventure settings, campaigns, etc., other non-fantasy options like Cyberpunk 2020 and Red, as well as the Red Room's Wretchedverse, the Basic Experts Cowpunchers and Atomic Punk Dueling Dragon Adventures releases, the Chronicles of Iris, the Doom that came to Astrius, and the Shadows of Padfoot Alley, and many more, have not only sold well independently, but have also created niche fan bases that are loyal to a fault at times. If anyone used to play these games and you're interested in getting back into them, even if only to raise more awareness to this, but being the point where Screech Lords find themselves in a quagmire, I'm always open to answering any questions, and I have all my sources right here. And I've said, no. In conclusion, no, we're not losing the culture war. Mainstream media has been complicit in covering up every win at worst, or ignoring them at best, but we are winning. It's going to take some guerrilla warfare, y'all. We're going to have to kind of bring them into choke point and strangle. That's how that works. That's how, so what we got here. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Don't buy pink gold. Oh, well, thank you. I was just going to buy it. Hell with it. And here's the thing. I know that I know a lot of you personally and all that kind of good stuff. And the reason, like, I don't ask for free games because I believe in supporting you. Because when I actually did a thread, which is my pinned tweet, that pinned tweet, I'm literally putting my money where my mouth is. I will support and back in any way, shape, or form that I can those of you who are independently producing games, those of you who are producing great games. And one of the things that I don't remember if I brought this up or not, but if the OSR is dying, then I have to wonder why woke screech lords like those at Monkey Paw Games are trying to co-opt it. If you're trying to co-opt it, it's not dead and it's not dying. Plain and simple. So that's my little take on it. What else we got here? I got a bunch of notifications I'll have to go and look at a little bit later. Got any? Oh, Val, you already sent it to me. Holy shit! Thank you. Pink gold from that link. Okay, well, let's go have a look. See what we got. Pink gold. Oh, for the love of Pete. Okay. Let's see. I think I have. I don't know if I have a Microsoft Authenticator here, but I do not seem to. Okay, I'll deal with that later. Anyway, the life and times of let's see. Can't use it right now. Have it. Oh wow, it's still tied to my Yahoo address. Holy crap! All right. Well, you know what? I will deal with that later. Don't want to take up too much time with a bunch of dead air. So anyway, but yeah, this is why I say. Now I know a lot of people are probably disappointed in the fact that I did pre-order the deluxe version of Dragonlance. I'm going to be looking at it. I'm going to be combing through it. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all know me. If I think a game sucks, I'm going to say it sucks. And if it sucks, and it's just a shell of what Dragonlance actually was, and you know what? Hopefully I could get Yodano in here for a conversation with me, because here's the thing. I can't get my money back on it. I know people say, "Oh, cancel your order." No, I can't do that, and there's a reason why. Yodano uses D&D Beyond, which I won't. But there was a code for the digital download, and I've already unlocked that code and I gave it to him. So that pretty much kills refund for me. I did that because I know one thing. Yodano loves Dragonlance. This would make him happy. And I'm like, you know what? I already told him I'll bite this bullet because he's done so much for those who love Dragonlance. Why not give a little something back, right? I know a lot of people are like disappointed that I bought this game, but Margaret Weiss had some very, very wise words, and they were, take out what you don't like, put in what you do like, make it your own. And since I'm already kind of committed, like it's like a flying elbow drop. Since I'm already committed, that's exactly what I intend to do. I've only read maybe about 1.5 of the novels, but I love them. Actually, I'm listening to them. I just got a new credit on Audible, so more on the way. And I think at some point I'm probably going to start actually purchasing some autographed copies of the novels, because I do like them. They're great novels. Do I think that I know right now there are some people claiming, oh, WotC went out of their way to not consult uh, Hickman or Weiss. If by out of their way you mean they just didn't do it, that's not really the same thing. But I agree, they did not contact Hickman or Weiss and consult them in any way, shape, or form. I think that was pretty low. I see the artwork and it doesn't exactly make me confident, but core story, Takesis and Lord Soth. Now, of course, I have offered, and believe it or not, some may think I was trolling Wizards of the Coast. I wasn't. I'm offering my copy editing services for first and second edition books. You give me first and second edition books, I'll edit any copy you want. Anything you want posted to Facebook, Twitter, blah blah blah. I'll edit that copy, and all you got to do is copy and paste. You're still going to get a far better deal than those hacks that you hired. Because wow, you're paying them through the nose. I'm willing to work a little cheaper, and I'll do better. I use John Torres over at the Basic Expert as my reference. Whether or not he's actually going to vouch for me, I don't know. But I'm so confident in my ability, I'm willing to put that out there. There we go. So no, I really wasn't. I mean, maybe I started out that way, but then I was like, you know what? I'd be undercutting them. They'd be fools not to take that deal. So, what we got here? Do you know about the free audiobooks on LibriVox? Thousands are legally free, public domain. Many of the readers aren't great, but some are awesome. No, actually, I didn't. I really didn't, but I do. I know that even Spotify now has audiobooks. And I think I saw some Dragonlance novels there too. It's like part of the subscription. And I've got a lot of audiobooks on Audible that I haven't listened to yet, but LibriVox, I'll check that one out because I probably should. Oh, there's also Hoopla, which if you have a library card, you just go to hoopladigital.com, create an account with your library card, and put the app on your phone, sign into the account. You can pretty much listen to anything. Yeah, that's a new feature. Well, they're touting it as a new feature, but I actually saw the Dragonlance, one of the Dragonlance audiobooks, probably, when was it? Probably about maybe 2 weeks before they announced it. So I saw it and I was like, wait, holy crap, what? It's there? Holy crap. Okay. And I think it was one of the ones that is a little later on down the road in the series. But I know me and Spotify, I get super distracted. I mostly listen to music. I should be listening to the No Sleep podcast this month. That's what I should be doing. But yeah, boy. It's one of those things that's going on. Also, if you have not checked out the book Petty Gods yet, I do highly recommend it. I love books like Petty Gods, Vault of Magic, Tome of Beasts. When it comes to fantasy role-playing game books, those are my absolute favorites because I can look at them and they will just stir the imagination. I can come up with ideas after ideas. So those are my kind of books right there. I love that kind of stuff. Also, there is one more thing I wanted to talk about. This is amazing to me, and I'm going to share screen once I pull it up because I'm going to show you something, and I totally backed it. And it's going to be a surprise to you and me both because I'm about to look at something. Here we go. Okay. So I'm going to go back to Twitter. We will find out together. This is going to be amazing. Share that. Okay. Okay, so here we are sharing the screen. I really Go bigger. There we go. So here we go. I hope you're ready for this. Holy shit. I hope you're seeing this. Monty Python's co-curricular medieval reenactment program. And right here you see the flag. It's a role-playing game. And someone scratched out. No, it isn't. Yeah. They got 27 days left to go. Ladies and gentlemen, they just went live day before yesterday. They're already at $1.2 million. They have blown through every stretch goal. Every one. They are having to come up with new ones. Almost 10,000 backers. I mean, you talk about big. This is huge. It's huge. Absolutely hilarious. You're going to get to play everything. Monty Python and the Holy Grail, and now for something completely different. It's going to be awesome. You're going to love it. Monty Python is the funniest thing ever. Everyone agrees. So there you go. My Donald Trump impression for you to bring this along. They also have a special Kickstarter exclusive. This is called the Public School Edition. It looks like a book from a public school. This is the Sensible Middle Class Edition. This is the one, like, I do want this one, but it's just a little out of my price range right now. This is the one I'm getting. And I'll be honest with you, I'm perfectly happy with it. They also have this, which is the Fetch la Vache game, which is sort of like a backgammon game, and it has dice catapults, so you can literally launch dice at each other. It's pretty cool. There's also the Game Master. They do have a dice chain similar to DCC, which is cool. They do have custom dice for that. Merit and demerit tokens. And then there's like you could just kind of read from this how they're putting this book together. So let's see what else we got. There's the Fetch la Vache game, which that stems from the Fetch la Vache, and they're going to fling cattle over the wall. But the Fetch la Vache set is like $114. So I was like, wish I could, but I can't. And then the screen it's not a DM screen. It's called the Head of Light Entertainment hole, if you will. So, and you could put different heads on it. So, art for whole heads, not final. Trifold screen contains heaps of useful information on the outside. Comes with interchangeable Head of Light Entertainment heads that are to be fitted to the screen to remind participants which persona they are meant to be groveling before. Merit and demerit tokens, naturally. I mean, you talk about just the Bloody Peasant edition is $25. That's for the PDF. $65 for just the book. $95 for the public school bundle. The less sensible middle class bundle is the book here, merit and demerit tokens, the custom dice Head of Light Entertainment screen. That was the one I went for. Most bang for the buck there for me. Yeah, look at what you're spending. $250 for all of it. I was just like, that's way too rich for my blood right now. Let's see, do they have new stretch goals yet? Because I know they blew through. Nope, nothing yet. We have fully unlocked every stretch goal. And of course, there are add-ons that you can grab. Like dice catapults. Like I said, just the Fetch la Vache was like $114. Wow, holy crap. But yeah, $1.2 million. Almost $1.3 million. And if you stick around, you can just watch this counter just start going up. Like you'll see the backers roll in, you'll see this roll up. It's insane. I recommend it for anyone who's a fan of Monty Python myself. Just because, well, I think I personally think like Monty Python, that just looks like a fun game. Hey, Miguel, Sylvia, welcome. Be careful about anything coming from Exalted Funeral, though. Why is that? I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage, sir. I know not why. Have they been known to leave people in the dark here? Ooh. Yep, that's it's kind of a shame. That's kind of a shame. But here's the thing: it's their website that sells old school essentials. They sell old school essentials and like a couple more games that I don't know that completely what people are playing or buying. They might decide that Monty Python's humor is offensive. Oh, don't worry. I will be doing a full review on that one as well. So it's really in their best interest to just leave it alone. Leave it Monty Python. Head of Light Entertainment. That shall be me, and you have earned a demerit, sir. So bring the foot of God down upon the player, and now for something completely different. But, yeah. I think the people who brought us the Mothership RPG were probably in the same boat, but they had a Kickstarter called "This Ship Is a Tomb," and I squeezed in at the very last minute for that one because it was only like $25. I was like, $25, why not? Let's see what comes of it. So you can say I've rolled the dice on that one too. I've rolled the dice on a few. Believe it or not, Modern Age I think is a great system, but I'm not a fan of Green Ronin for a multitude of reasons. Not a fan of them, not a fan of their politics. It's the one thing I'll purchase from them. I purchased 3 books at like $35. That was for the Labor Day sale. And my own issues with them, you could go check out RPG Elite's channel, and he'll tell you his issues with them. Me, I think at the time I was kind of like looking for my chalk books to come in, so I wasn't expecting that package. I was expecting it, but I wasn't expecting it when it arrived. I'll give you my own personal take on Green Ronin and why I think their business practices are a little shady. I paid for 2-day shipping. That was on that Monday night. Tuesday, I waited for an email from them, which would give me a tracking number, like every other game seller does. No tracking number. Thursday, it arrived. So I have no idea when they shipped it out. So when it arrived, I wasn't expecting it. There it was. They were all in great condition. Books look great. I flipped through them and checked out some stuff about it. It looks like a really good modern day setting, but not supplying a tracking number. Plus, keeping Servant of Shiloh, a YouTuber with the reach that he has, not addressing his concerns, not helping, not really kind of working with him. That was a dumb move. And he said, like, he finally got the package the day he did this video. He had it in his hands. He was sending it back. I was like, I don't blame you. I'm keeping mine, but Oh yeah, I got the PDF, and I'm going to say this. I'm glad I just bought the PDF. Functionally, if someone had told me, honestly, you could just, and I'm going to say this, really, you could just use the Alien RPG from Free League and it would work just fine. But you'd have an extra mechanic. You'd have that stress mechanic there. So now you'd add a new dimension to it. So I do I like Mothership? Yeah, I like it, but thank goodness I only bought it in PDF. Uh, there are some games I only bought in PDF just because I don't have the room. Don't have the room for like several 200-300 page books. I'm gonna tell you a purchase that I regretted, but I did it again. You ready for this one? The Invisible College. Now, before anybody gets out of pocket on that one, The Invisible College is a good book. It really is. I like it. My regret was buying the Kindle version. Oh my goodness. It was it did not translate well to Kindle at all. The cover translated very beautifully. The pages did not. I put it on a Kindle Paperwhite and tried it that way. Now the pages will go full screen just as the cover will. But again, it did not translate well to Kindle Paperwhite at all. But I bought the PDF and that worked. Worked better. That's one I would recommend buying the print version of. I just don't have I don't have the room for it. So okay, yeah. Damn. You got dude, oh my god. I hope you didn't pay too much for it. I'm just glad I got it in PDF and not in full book form. I did get This Ship is a Tomb in full book, so as a matter of fact, let's bring that Kickstarter up because that's one. Here we go. The Ship is a Tomb. There it is. Okay. This one reached $75,222. Let's have a look at the campaign itself. So it looks like we're getting a hardback book with offset printing. And I'm not sharing the screen on this right now, I know. Wonder how many, let's see, digital edition $10, physical 20, core sample, which was $25. That was the one I did. And that gets you the PDF, the zine, the digital stretch goals, physical stretch goals patch, and a community copy. So I literally also purchased a copy for someone else. Got a quick reference guide, all that good stuff. Let's see. A poster that's coming with it. Access to PDF downloads. Here we go. Let's see. Wow. Compatible with Death in Space and Made for the Void. I don't know how many pages this is. They've been publishing 16-page zines through their Patreon. You can find them in stores like Exalted Funeral, Floating Chair, and Rook's Press. Blah, blah, blah. They did partner with a U.S. printer, thank goodness. That is one thing I didn't look at was how many pages is this bad boy? Because they do say 20 unique locations, 20 menacing details to shape every location, 20 creatures roaming the halls, or 20 plus. 15 plus random events to flavor the creatures. Gorgeous illustrations by Dan Gaydosh. Simple rules for procedural generation of the ship, an appendix full of tables including loot, diabolical androids, and more. A sense of foreboding and danger that never quite leaves. 72 plus page derelict crawl through a massive vessel that changes as you explore. Designed for the mothership sci-fi horror RPG. Okay. Can't say that's that was terrible. So anyway, the mothership box set is available for pre-order now. Jeez. Okay. Personally, I think I would rather pair it with something like Alien and be done with it. Actually, better yet. Oh, mothership. Yeah, that's right. I did. Free. But unless you want a print version. Yeah, Invisible College works much better in paper. Yes. 316 is on discount drive through, only £2.82, mind you. I'm the only person I know who was 316. I'm willing to check out just about anything once. That's the thing. I'm one of those types that's like, I'm adventurous when it comes to my RPG tastes, because I think even if something does kind of suck, there's a chance I'm going to get something from it. I've got Bison on order. That one should be in tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to that one. I might spring for a copy of like a physical copy of the Invisible College, and that's because, well, quite honestly, I think the book, just from what I've heard of it, I heard it's really good, and what little I've been able to go through the book electronically, and I mean I have to pinch and zoom quite a bit, but yeah, I think it's cool. Like, I also picked up Lion and Dragon, Sword and Caravan, and World of the Last Sun. Those are books I've been meaning to get. I got Bison on the way. I do have some stuff from Troll Lord coming in. That's Amazing Adventures Book of Shadows, Codex Classicum, and one more. What was it? Codex Slavorum. Yes. So the Greek and Slavic codices. I've got those coming in. I got the Book of Shadows for Amazing Adventures coming in. I will say this. Miguel, you and Steven Chenault are running neck and neck for my absolute favorite publishers right now. Like, seriously. And that's saying something. when I mean, you guys, I love D&D Second Edition because it's what I grew up on. It's what I started with. Actually, I started with Hero Quest and GURPS, but official D&D, when I got on that was something like, it opened worlds for me. It was amazing. Vampire the Masquerade, Wraith the Oblivion, love that kind of stuff. You guys got to, I mean, y'all whipped me completely off of that, and you guys, Chris Gonnerman, I don't know. I found so much. You have nothing from Troll Lord Games, dude. There's plenty there. There's plenty there to take advantage of. As a matter of fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think they still have a few copies left. Let me have a look. Let me pull up Amazing Adventures. I know they're about to do another Kickstarter here pretty soon, but honestly, this is such a steal. I would just recommend it. They have 7 books available. And if you like that pulp era kind of stuff, just Amazing Adventures, I do recommend them. Like check this out. Also, it had been brought to my attention that Troll Lord is veteran owned, and anyone who is serving in our armed forces or veteran of a foreign war or honorably discharged and all that, flat 50% off games. You are going to spend less on games than I did. And I've got Castles and Crusades, and their box sets are even cheaper. They're talking like right now they're on sale for like less than $30 a piece. I wanted a couple of them, but I was like, I can't. It's a little out of my price range right now. Let's not blow through the budget completely. Let's not do something stupid. So I went ahead and just kind of bought a couple more Codex books, that Amazing Adventures Book of Shadows, and kind of called it a night. Yeah. Oh, Miguel, let me tell you something, dude. I know, like, we all have our complaints with WotC D&D. We all do. Every one of us, myself included. I like the 3 core books, and then past that, I want to play Curse of Strahd, but at the same time, I don't want to buy the book. I want Spelljammer. I want the new Spelljammer for the reason that the Hodozi are in there, but I don't want to give them any more money. Not until I see how Dragonlance pans out, and if they suck, I'm going to say so. And I will advise others not to buy it if it sucks. But with Castles and Crusades, I regret not one of my purchases. Starship Warden is awesome. I've got some of their books in PDF too, like Amazing Adventure Star Siege. I wonder why they don't have a print version of that yet. Probably because they're going to be revising the Warden here pretty soon. What else do I have? I have Amazing Adventures 5e. That way, if I want to play Amazing Adventures and someone's like, well, I'm kind of used to D&D 5e, that's okay. You can still use the same rules. Nothing's changing. I can create something cool on the fly there. So I've got that. I got Amazing Adventures in PDF and physical, because why would I not? I've got the core books, so the Castle Keeper's Guide, Player's Handbook, Monsters and Treasure, digital and print. Let me tell you, once you crack open Castles and Crusades, they're not kidding. Like, I will say this: get the free Player's Handbook. Get it. Just go to the website, find it, download it. Catch one of the tweets. Go grab it. It's totally worth it. When they are so confident that when you read the freebie Player's Handbook they put out, you will actually go in and buy. And they have a box that's like $50. It's a white box to kind of give the nod to the old school white box D&D. Worth it. Possibly. I mean, Crossface bought one. He loves it. John Torres bought one. He loved it. So I don't see why anyone wouldn't, especially if you want to kind of get in on it. Here's the freebie way to do it. Ready for this? Go get that free Player's Handbook. Go to the section of the site marked Bag of Holding. Grab the Quick Start Guide, and there's also kind of like an adventure there. There's a lot of stuff there just for free that you could use to start playing. Like, you don't have to spend a dime. But they're so confident that stuff will impress you so much that you will eventually purchase, and they're right. They're right. I did. I love their tribute covers. The tribute covers are awesome. So, Kern, a mistake, or they changed the name? I think it was a mistake. I really do. I think I think they're hiring lowest common denominator right now. WotC is. And like I said, it started as a little bit of trolling, but I'm quite serious. I'll take payment in first and second edition D&D books. All they got to do is just give me the copy to edit. I'll edit it for them. I'll do it better. It only took me like a couple hours. I did 70 pages of the new Cowpunchers. It was no problem. It was easy breezy. And I think someone else was in there editing too. So there's more than just my pair of eyes on it for sure. And John was willing to cut me in on 10%. I was like, I'll just take a copy of the PDF and a physical copy of the book. That's it. That's all I want. Just the ability to know that that's what I did. That's all I care about, because I love RPGs. I do. I love them. They're better than video games in my opinion. And I got a PlayStation 4 sitting on my desk. I got a computer I could run some retro games through. Got a retro gaming console right here. Still prefer tabletop role-playing games. It's just how I am. I love that stuff. All right. Sorry, everybody. I'm just grabbing some tea here. I hope you don't mind. And thank goodness for electric kettles. Otherwise, you guys would probably be watching me getting up and hearing whistling, and pretty sure no one wants to hear that. There we go. All right. Now I'm going to let that steep for a little while. But yes, Castles and Crusades, there's a reason you hear good things about them. And here's the thing. This is the best part. You like those books that say, made for 5th edition? Just use Castles and Crusades. They actually work. It's weird, but they work. Crown of the Oathbreaker for 5th edition D&D would actually work with Castles and Crusades. The Doom That Came to Astrius, the Chronicles of Iris, Shadows of Padfoot Alley, Arcanus for 5e, all of it will work with Castles and Crusades. You can literally ditch official D&D for C&C. You can be D and done. I'm going to say this. I would say that Wizards is turning D&D into Dixon dildos, but I doubt they're that edgy. Just a little joke. But yeah, I think the fact that they misspelled the name not once, not twice, but 3 damn times was like, fire your copy editor. I know we want results like now. We want them tarred and feathered in front of all of us, but I'm like, yeah, fire your copy editor. Hire me. You can do a shit site worse. You've done a shit site worse. If you want to avoid ridicule, minimize your haters. Don't feed them. Jeez, what is wrong? I don't know what's wrong with Wizards, but man, they've really been biting it lately. I'm almost starting to feel sorry for them. Almost. I'm hoping that the new Dragonlance won't suck. I'm approaching it very cautiously though. But that is ruining my optimism for it. And come on, Wizards, stop trying to be the stop trying too hard is what I'm really trying to say. Because this is like definition of try hard right here. You'll buy it on brand recognition. Will I? Well, I'll be honest with you, Miguel. I've encountered very few, if any, typos, and they weren't as serious as misspelling the entire name of a world. I think I'm far more confident going into any book from the Red Room, including the Deviants and Dirty Deeds books, than I am about going into any, like, even if Wizards were to give away a free player's guide, a free player's handbook, I'd be so much more confident in purchasing a book from the on the Red Room imprint than I ever would getting something for free from WotC. It's just so, oh my gosh, oh my goodness. And I've heard, but I can't confirm. Maybe someone can confirm this for me. Goodman Games is canceling the oh, what was it? The old the old school adventures revive series, I think it was. Yeah, I heard they were canceling that. Now there is one that I backed on. I did back on Kickstarter, The Dark Tower. I'm still super excited about that. But yes, you definitely haven't misspelled wretched yet. Thank goodness for that, because if I get wretched, then I'm going to start raising an eyebrow. Wretched bastards? What's wurtsploitation? I don't know what that is. Oh, you should have seen the. I'm pretty sure you were there for the ridicule. My goodness. WotC got dragged for that one. It was amazing. Like I said, I'm almost feeling sorry for them, but they got to know what they're hiring. But it doesn't seem like they're all that interested. And that's really where the problems are. Because if you're not interested enough to fix something that's actually wrong, I think it's safe to say that you're not really interested in fixing anything. And honestly, I honestly don't see how many more Screech Lords can really continue to stomach some of the stuff they do. I mean, it's embarrassing. What we got here? Oh, yeah. But what if I told them 2 plus 3 equals 16? So, Mr. Wolfgar, what do you know about the Dragonlance setting? Not a thing. Nothing. I know nothing. I'll tell you the setting I really know nothing about is Ravenloft. That's one I never got around to playing. I do have it. I've got it in PDF. I just haven't really kind of sunk my teeth into it yet. But that's one that it does fascinate me to a degree because I do like vampires. But I'm kind of thinking, shouldn't, and this could come from like ignorance, but I wasn't really aware of what Ravenloft was. I just knew it was this very dark and gothic setting, which I think is cool. But does it fit into a fantasy game for me? I don't know. I've never played it. I would like to. I'm open to it. Never played Spelljammer either. Kind of open to it, but I think my problem with suspending disbelief in like seafaring ships in outer space is just kind of like, well, first thing to play was Dragonlance. Yeah, I never got to play Dragonlance. I didn't get to play in the world of Krynn. I got to play in the world of Mystara. Mystara is one of those worlds I absolutely adore. I love Karamikos. I love those kinds of settings. But man, let me tell you, every time I saw in the back of my comic books, Dragonlance, Dark Sun, Spelljammer, dude, my mind went wild. Because again, I couldn't have those. Those were not. They were available to an extent, but you got to remember, you had gatekeepers. Like, I don't know, some of you guys may not have dealt with this like I did, but it's a small town in the South. You got everyone knows everyone, and whatever you chose not to tell somebody, they would make up. They'd make stuff up about you. Um, we didn't have a whole lot in the way of bookstores in that little town. In fact, closest place that we had was like 45 minutes away. And when the parents are kind of jetting you around in their ride, if you were going to the mall, you were okay because Walden Books had D&D and some other stuff. But again, it was having your own money and trying to get it past your parents. I did actually have enough money to purchase one D&D book one time. I bought it. My mom saw it and immediately made me take it back. I was pissed. I was furious when I got home. I wasn't talking to anybody. Dad found out what was going on. He wasn't very happy. He was like, it's a fucking book. You made him take it back. He bought it with his own money. What's wrong with you? Now, as I got older, I did manage to get my hands on a few things. Lost those in the move, and now I've got two cabinets just about packed out with books. So I've got tons and tons of stuff. I love it. That's one thing I love about adulthood. I can grab anything I want. Problem with adulthood. Work schedules. My table struggles to exist. What can I tell you? But that doesn't mean I still can't take part, and I'm gonna. So we'll see what else. Yeah. Okay. So horror movies. Let me tell you something. When I was about 10 years old, I started watching wrestling. Why? Because the only two things that were on Saturday nights were WWF Saturday Night Main Event and Tales from the Dark Side. And that intro, I pussied out every time. Hey, Rachel, what's going on? Building a 6-foot Yggdrasil. Whoa. A 6-foot How do you build a 6-foot Yggdrasil? And you're building it for Balderson. That's gotta be cool. I can't wait to see photos of that. That has got to be awesome. Yeah, we're so welcome to the channel. We are just sitting here discussing the ridiculousness of the Satanic Panic and, of course, horror movies. And here's the thing: I didn't get into horror movies, metal, or I really didn't get all that adventurous. I didn't start really checking that out till I was about 13 years old. And if the church hadn't made all that stuff taboo, I probably wouldn't have even given a shit. Probably would have been a normie. Not even gonna lie. Once I found out I was being lied to, though, I was fuck angry about that. That was not cool. Not at all. And of course, like I said, I'm a dumbass. I'm not gonna let a lie stand. I will stand right there and I will blatantly just go after it. I won't attack you, but I will attack the lie. We saw that happen with what's his fuck on that first review video I did, or the first response video I did. And now I don't know if he's having trouble farming any of my tweets lately, but whatever. That guy, my stalker. Oh my goodness. Not going to give him any more airtime. He's already had enough, I think. Dying for attention. That's why he started this little beef. I'll bet he's so desperate that right after this video, the sex tape probably leak. That's it. This Saturday. Can't make it. I'm working this weekend, and it's going to be early morning, so I can't be up as late. It kind of sucks. I would love to be on the show, though. Cops were finding cultists everywhere. Nurses, teachers, parents everywhere. Nuts. Yeah, a similar situation happened here. As a matter of fact, the McMartin daycare scandal in California, if I'm not mistaken, one of the most expensive trials in California history. And let's see. Oh, next week. I'll look into it. Any week. Okay. You know what I'll do? I'll look into that. I'll see what because here's a bit of an announcement. I am finally being pulled out of that pharmacy. I'm not going to be a full-time pharmacy tech anymore. I am moving to a different section of the business now. So it's over for me as of Wednesday. So I only have like 5 more days of that. And then I'm finally out of there. And then I can, I'm going to be moving around a lot more. I'm going to be like doing a lot of heavy lifting. So I'm good with that. Still got a bump in pay. So just got to see what that is. Yes, definitely. Yay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a definite yay for reasons I really can't go into like right now. It's a definite yay. But one of the reasons I can't go into was, man, look, I was coming home with headaches just about every night, and for a little while there, ibuprofen wasn't touching them. I'd just have to go to sleep with it. Wake up, there were like little lingering traces. Then a couple aspirin would probably take care of, and then it started all over again. It's just really, really terrible. So, so going back to this for just a minute, yeah, there was all kinds of hubbub about that, and my goodness, I don't remember. I remember it happening because I was kind of a kid when it happened, but a lot of this panic stuff started happening. A lot of people went to prison and they were serving lengthy prison terms only to later have their convictions overturned. But it took years. And lives were ruined in that process. So like I said, I might have gotten beaten up. I might have lost some stuff here and there. Probably the worse for wear in some instances in that, but at the same time, a lot of people got it worse. Joe, what is going on? Glad to have you here. And yes, I've joined on Wednesdays a few times. It was a lot of fun. I'll be honest with you. There are times where I don't really talk much. I just kind of listen because the people that are in this Zoom chat that streams live, they talk about so many interesting things. I'm just trying to soak it up as much as I can, and then I'll just put in where I can. I'm among mental giants in there. Oh, yes. They want to deny it ever happened because it never happened to them. Like their it's the same as these woke characters that are running around. Oh, well, my microcosm has this, so it must be the entire world. And if it's not, it should be. And it will be if it's not. It's like, no. Subscriber 500. Felberg subscribed. Yes. Got me a new mic cord. So if I come on chat, I sound a lot better. You wanna? I got nothing else to do but sift through about 20 more pages worth of notes and some characters, and that's what I'm going to be working on today. For tentatively titled, and you know what? Here we go. I got 7 people in here. I could totally do this. Okay, so new supplement for the Wretchedverse I'm currently writing. I just turned in 20 pages of it to Miguel. Miguel likes it. I'm gonna be working on some plot hooks for it, so that I really want this to be like a kind of a sandbox, so you can kind of take it anywhere. I want the replay value to be like, big on it. I don't want to railroad you, is what I'm trying to say. It'll be a setting for Wretchedverse. It's going to be like those old lurid women in prison movies. So that's going to be the setting. Now, here's what I'm going to do. We have two titles that we could go with. Ready for this? Wretched is the New Black, or Caged Wretches in Heat. Go ahead, drop them in there. Let's see what I got to copy. Guess what? About to give them deets. About to get these deets. Oh, come on. He's already. Jeez. Here we go. Sandbox sounds great. That's what yeah. So I may just kind of add a few characters in there as NPCs. That way they're not pre-generated characters with arcs that, the characters have to play out. Wretched is the Black is the more subtle name. Yes, I agree. Here we go.
Dun,
Joe, welcome aboard.
dun, dun, dun. Yeah, no, I dropped in because I saw your stream. I'm like, oh, sweet, Wolfgar is actually streaming, not just like a 5-minute thing. And the first thing I see is you talking about Satanic Panic, and I'm like, oh man, here we go.
Yeah, that was like I said, I always like to say this because it's true. I got it pretty bad. I'm still carrying some scars, some like nagging injuries here. The nagging effects of injuries from that time. But there are people that got it worse. I mean, the West Memphis Three, the people in the McMartin trial, those defendants, just so on and so forth, because those people actually, their entire lives were destroyed.
Well, here's the thing. It's not just wokey sparkle trolls. Like, everyone would want to say, oh, the wokey deny that the panic happened. But it's like, no. Well-reasoned, intelligent people who know better want to deny it happens. And here's the thing of it. When I was in college, let's say 2004, 2005, okay? I got the dream job while I was on my off quarter, right? Everybody else had jumped on a plane and gone to France and were doing exchange system stuff. I was at home, and I got to work on a RPG property that a company decided not to go with, right? But like, I had the chance. I did some work in the industry. It could have got into print, right? And the primary subject was witch hunting, like the classic fantasy style witch hunter with big hat, Solomon Kane type stuff, right? But I like to do my research, so I did research on real witch hunting. What does a real witch hunt panic look like? So that I can put that in game. You can present the panic, and then your character can be the one good witch hunter who's actually chasing occult forces, and you can contend with, as an antagonist type, those people who are running a game, right? Like, that sounded good to me. So I read a book called, oddly enough, Witch Hunt, which was about this 90s era Wenatchee hunt for pedophiles in Washington, which I didn't know about. I'm like, what was this? When did this happen? Right? And as I did my research, I got a chain of events, and nobody wants to admit that it's true. Okay? I won't go back to like antiquated notions. That stuff's apocryphal. But as early as like the 50s, right? You have the McCarthy hearing hunts for commies, right? Well, as soon as commies weren't practical anymore for ostracization, we started looking at hippies, and like Manson played into it. Manson was the proof of everything we said was bad about these radical children, right? It's like, okay. And then in the early 70s, late 60s, it's not yet RPGs, and it's not yet music, although people would love to say it's those things. People forget there was the psychological health scare, right? The early onset of multiple personality disorder, which we now call DID, and all of these big events where you have the collapse of the mental health infrastructure in the asylums, Willowbrook, right?
Right. Yeah.
So there was this big hunt about that. Then it's RPGs and music because those were easier to attack. Managing a crumbling infrastructure is hard. Blaming music and video games or music and tabletop games is easy, right?
Yeah.
And then when that wasn't sexy anymore, literally because Frank Zappa and Twisted Sister could fight back because they were, wealthy performers and had a vested interest in protecting their work, right? In the late 80s, early 90s, it subtly shifts to the black mass is real, right? And pedophilia rings, this nebulous idea that the McMartins are molesting children. And I have a friend, I kid you not, who's like, well, they found those tunnels. They found them on documentation. It's like, yeah, but explain to me how it is exactly that every night they tore down a wall and went into a crawl space and did the black mass with children, and then left that space, put those children back, rebuilt and repainted and refurbished the wall before the parents ever came to collect their children. Tell me how that goes down.
And as I understand it, those tunnels were not big enough for a small crowd of people to walk through, namely like a few adults and some children.
Right.
They were not that big, and there's no way you're gonna. I don't care what anyone says. I'm not crawling through a tunnel like Andy Dufresne to do any kind of ritual.
Right.
It's not happening.
And then this thing that happened in Wenatchee, which like no one knows about. I'm not kidding. So a sheriff, an elected official who's not a qualified person, gets put on a sex task force, right? And is colluding with social workers who are trying to do good, right? To find pedophiles on the barest scrap of proof, right? And who are their primary targets? Blue collar, working class, immigrant, and mentally disabled people who do not conform to an upper class middle America notion of what is acceptable, because clearly those are the pedophiles, and anyone who questions it are the pedophiles. And you just see this spiraling out of control of a lack of state level government oversight and the general poor amount of money that is available for the police force in that area, exploiting people. And what's the ultimate result? Oh, he got moved out of that division. He just doesn't work there anymore. That was the sum, right? And as you say, a lot of people got put in jail. A lot of people had their families broken up, had permanent damage into their health and happiness. Some people died. Not died of abuses, died of age while in prison, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they don't even really get their lives given back. They just get a casual apology.
Yeah.
Right.
Especially with the West Memphis 3 trial, and this is just my theory,
right,
based on what I've observed of it. So the new evidence starts to come out that the wounds on the boys were from animal predation, not an attack. I mean, there was some evidence of an attack, but not the satanic ritual type of attack that the prosecution made it out to be. Certainly not conducive to Jesse Miskelly's statement, or they called it a confession, and there's so many problems with that alone. That's another episode in and of itself.
Oh man!
But then this new evidence starts coming to light that slowly but surely just starts stacking up to the point where even one of their most vehement opponents became one of the most ardent supporters. We're talking John Mark Byers, the father of Christopher Byers. It changes his mind, which he swore up and down that would be impossible. Changed his mind. Then the state says, okay, we'll offer an Alford plea. And what that does is you plead that the evidence may be sufficient to convict you, but we release you. And they gave them 10 years unsupervised probation. Not one of them has had a violation of that in 10 years. They're already well past it now. And I'm going, okay, that was the state's easy way out. That's so they wouldn't have to pay any reparations for obvious, in my opinion, obvious wrongdoing, obvious mishandling of the case. And you can see it in the very first documentary. The prosecutor is talking to the parents and he says, if Miss Kelly doesn't testify against them, we still have this, that, and the third. But keep in mind, that is all we have. And I remember watching that first documentary, going in thinking they were guilty. And I remember when he said that was like red flag numbers 2, 3, and 4. Because it's literally, he only presented 3 pieces of evidence they had, which one was a fiber from one of Jason's shirts. It was from a secondary transfer from when he hugged his grandmother. A couple other things that were circumstantial at best. And it seemed like at every turn, the defense was poking holes in the prosecution's case. And the prosecutor's like, well, that looks like desperation to me. And I'm like, wait, what? Are we looking at the same thing here?
Well, real quick, passerby, hi, how you doing? And Red Room says he likes the idea of sandbox, or she likes the idea of sandbox. So Red Room likes sandbox.
Sandbox is definitely the way I want to go with Wretched is the New Black, which so far two votes for that one, including yours.
Yeah,
including yours.
But the thing is that then you have unfortunate events that play into tropes that are they may not be the actual trope, but they have all the appearances, right? Not just going back to the steam tunnel case, which was BS of the highest order, because they just didn't.
That was all the private investigator that they hired, and the fact of the matter was, while he's looking through steam tunnels and presenting the TSR team with this cork board with push pins in it, Egbert was over at a friend's house. He was struggling with his own sexuality at the time. He wasn't sure what to make of it.
Well, that's the thing, is time period, they don't want to admit he might have been gay. They don't want to admit that is a thing that people struggle with. Yeah. Because that would be embarrassing. It's easier to blame the game.
Time, yes.
Yeah.
Nowadays, it's nothing.
I mean, it shouldn't be. But
it shouldn't have been in the first place, in my opinion.
But the thing is that then you have the guy in Florida who he and his girlfriend murdered her parents, stole their car, and went to New Orleans to live as vampires.
The Rod Farrell case, yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, crap. In time, it's turned out that the vampire connection was really tenuous and probably somebody's propaganda. But that doesn't mean that guy wasn't in the community, and people in the community were like, oh shit, we got a problem now. Because that guy was a nut bar.
Well, with Rod Farrell, his mom fed into his fantasies.
Right.
Yeah, that came to light as well. But there's no doubt that he did have a bit of a sphere of influence, but I don't think I think the collusion from his other people, I think that the sentences kind of accurately reflected what their involvement really was. And Heather Wendorf had absolutely no idea what was going on. And that came out in court. Like she had no responsibility in the murder of her parents, but Rod certainly did.
Well, here's the thing, because this reflects what we're talking about. The time and place of gaming at a certain window of history. In the 90s, you have the gaming crash, which people also want to pretend didn't exist. Right? There was no gaming crash. It's like, no, between like 1989 and 1994 to the early 2000s, TSR collapsed. There was a dearth of garbage content. A lot of gaming companies went the way of the dinosaur, and we actually are working with their reprints. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
Sorry, kids, Palladium doesn't exist anymore. Right? And part of that was everyone talks about the rise of White Wolf. It's like, yeah, but White Wolf didn't rise in a meteoric fashion like they want you to believe. They didn't take over the world. They were made up of gamer kids and theater kids who were, I hate to use this because I've always been a gamer, so I'm not an outcast. I live here. What are you talking about? But They were always peripheral people to mainstream society, playing their extreme version of what's an already extreme niche hobby that people don't get, right?
So
And
an
when Rod,
outlier of an outlier, basically.
right, and when Rod Farrell does a terrible thing, right, and people used to LARP with him, right, and they actually say, it's like, look, man, he didn't LARP, right? He used to do stupid shit like make rules so he could have sex with his girlfriend at game, and that's not cool, right? You just know we're all getting painted with that brush. It's all coming down on us, all of us, because we're all culpable now by proxy.
Look at like what you brought out earlier. Charles Manson became emblematic of the hippie movement.
Right.
Rod Farrell became emblematic of the Vampire the Masquerade player.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the parallels just kind of drawing. And here was the thing, with the Panic itself, RPGs didn't really take center stage that much. What it was you had the McMartin trials and stuff like that. These people who were, had a high standing in the communities in which they were living and operating. But really, a lot of the target, once that was there, it got focused onto, okay, well, once these people are in prison, what do we do next? We need that next story. Well, focus on the kid with the long hair and the battle jacket who's listening to Anthrax. Let's look at him because he doesn't quite look right.
The name passerby is Rod Farrell. He's a guy from Florida.
He's currently serving life right now, by the way.
Yeah.
He was initially sentenced to be executed. That got commuted.
But like I said, I think the real issue is that people want to do good, right? Whether they have a good intention or not. They want to be party to something they think is correct. But civil change and social change are complicated and take a long time, right? And if you're not a true believer, you want to find some proxy good that you can do. Basically, it's like the earliest form of slacktivism that we see now, right? And so it's like, well, I can't beat crime. I can't beat drugs. I can't beat underage sex. But I can break up this gaming group that's got a devil game because I looked in a book once that my kid was reading and saw a boob.
Yeah, or I mean, and this was the other thing. It was another kind of perspective I like to put on it is that when you have a kid, especially a genius kid like Dallas Egbert III, and there's no doubt he was genius. I mean, this guy was in college like way earlier than most of us would go to college.
Yeah.
So he had a massive brain on him. And he was definitely not a smooth brain either. This dude had all kinds of wrinkles in that brain. But this guy, who probably could have done a lot of good, I think what it is it's a lot like I call it parental ostrich syndrome. They're going to stick their heads in the sand and pretend that the problems just aren't there.
Right.
And when the problems ultimately come to their most logical conclusion, rather than saying we failed him, we should have listened. We should have opened ourselves up. We should have told him, hey, there's nothing you can't tell us that's going to make us turn on you because you're our kid and we love you. Instead of telling him that from the beginning, which was a failing on their part, oh, something must have coerced them into doing this. What is it? Let me see. Right. What is this? What is this book? Why is he looking at this? What is this? Oh my goodness. And you've already got sort of you're building up to a media fever pitch at the time. Now you can feed the fire, and you got Patricia Pulling doing this bothered about Dungeons and Dragons stuff, which I cannot remember his name right now, but that got debunked. It got debunked publicly, and she was shot down in flames in a spectacularly embarrassing manner. And
yet people ignore the debunking because it's not convenient for their worldview. With that in mind, can I mention some current media stuff just in passing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so the thing is that, quote unquote, we on the other side, we're not immune, and I think that this is a real problem that needs to be considered when we talk about these kinds of things. I'm not gonna name it, but I'm gonna call out something over on the Gilded. I'm gonna be a jerk for a minute. Last night I'm trolling around, right, and I see that people are talking about this WotC post, right? And I'm like, wait a minute, I've seen this WotC post before. And I go to the Twitter space and I look at it, and it's this stupid article. We all agreed it was stupid, right? Where they're saying devils don't have to be evil anymore. It's like, I'm sorry, lead writer for WotC, you're an idiot. Devil is a fundamental concept of lawful evil made manifest. They are evil as a element of their being,
And
right?
At that,
But the thing is that people are jumping on the bandwagon, and you've got people who are really smart, people who I respect, right? Jumping on it, they're having a good time, right? And I had to be the one over here being kind of the negative Nelly going, oh yeah, guys, that's real good. You're ranting about something that's 6 months old, because it came out in the 22nd of April.
yeah.
And I remembered it because my birthday is April 5th, right? And it's like, we don't need to be digging up old skeletons in old closets to take that to WotC. Trust me, they'll find ways to screw up all by themselves without our help.
Like Kern, for example.
Right. And it doesn't make the loosest concept of movement or the community or the group or the whatever spheres of tribes of influence we represent look particularly good to go dig up old corpses to beat so we can continue to be angry. That's what our opposition does that we get mad at them for, because they still hold us accountable for Farrell and Manson and the Steam Tunnel Kid and anything else that they can attach to us.
Yeah, and then they've got the people who just outright deny it exists.
Right.
Or never happened.
Exactly.
I mean,
never happened.
To me, it should be the equivalent of Holocaust denial, in my opinion, because we can prove that the panic happened. We could prove that it ruined lives. We could prove that when you have that level of mass hysteria, it can turn ugly. And the reason I think that people want to deny it exists is because they're and this is just, again, it's just a theory. They're looking at current media. They trust current media. They don't want to believe that they could be wrong, and they have been proven wrong. Like we say, what's the difference between conspiracy theory and fact? About 6 months. So we have people who are looking at that, consuming it, and it just that can't be right. If that happened, that means that our media is unreliable. Yet they've been unreliable for many, many decades now.
The thing is that if you really want people to understand this, you have to do the thing that we as gamers don't want to do. We like to think that our hobbies are very important, which, I mean, they are important to us, right? We like to think that people really care. And admittedly, it's a popular zeitgeist right now in a very superficial way. But if you want people to believe the Satanic Panic happened, you have to point out how it affected people who weren't in the gaming sphere. Right? The people who got hit, who were mainstream middle America, who had nothing to do with any of these things and did nothing wrong, who still got their lives ruined. Because those are the people that are going to notice, and that's when the witch hunt hysteria process begins to undergo its change and its collapse, is when they start targeting people who can defend themselves ably. The reason the whole music is the devil and PMCA thing didn't go down was because they targeted musicians who have money, right?
Yeah.
And I've always said that the reason that gamers get it in the neck is because we're not a community. We are at best decentralized tribes, and we don't care as long as you leave us alone in our little room with our little games to play our games and not be bothered. And I do not earn friends. I do not earn friends because everyone's like, we want Hillary because we hate Trump. And I was over here going, I don't want Hillary. Well, do you want Trump? No, not particularly. Well, why don't you want Hillary? Because Hillary tried to take away my video games. And they go, what? And I'm like, hot coffee debacle. She was front stage, you trying to springboard onto a political advancement on the idea that video games had negative content for children because someone hacked their own property to find junk data that was not part of the main game to release it on the internet, and that's somehow my fault.
Yeah. And also, it should be pointed out it was Tipper Gore and her husband Al that went after the musicians. Blackie Lawless was called to testify before that little committee they put together, and he was like, "Hell no, I'm not doing it." It was, and he talked with D. Snyder, and D was like, "Well, do you mind if I do it?" And he's like, "No, go right ahead." But man, if you thought conservatives were prudes, you haven't seen shit yet.
Right.
And there it is, and it's what I point out that it's. I pointed this out, especially with this Matt Walsh thing popping up. God, what a fucking being a fucking loser's in his DNA, I swear. This guy is trying to say, "Oh, I don't know how, but anime is satanic," and I'm like, we did this one before. We did this one before, Matt. Just fuck off. You know, we can easily say these things now because now, and you know, when I say it's not just one or the other, it's both. Both sides of this are a fucking joke, especially when it's you think they're on your side until they want something else of yours banned. It's like, guys, we're fighting against bans. We're fighting against cancellation, and you're still arguing for cancellation just because it agrees with you. What the hell's wrong with you?
I mean, that's why I'm always at odds with the conversation about gatekeeping. We have to gatekeep. We got to keep out these extremists. It's like, yeah, but if you start gatekeeping, you're doing what they're doing. They want to make a walled garden in their favor. You want to make a walled garden in your favor. It's still the same walled garden. And this is an environment that I have always asserted is libertine. We might not be hedonists, but this is the place where popular ideas and philosophies get debated and are applied in a fictive format because you can explore things you would never do in reality
in a very games form. Yeah, absolutely.
But
and here's the thing that, you know, to your point, back when I first started playing, the only thing, if all you had was access to a few books, homebrew was going to be your thing. And as long as you had an imagination, you could go into those books, you could homebrew anything. And thank goodness for some of the people who played, some of the people who ran my VTM games. I learned so much from them, whether they realize it or not, that I used to just hang out with them, pick their brain about the book itself. And they taught me way more than I ever imagined I could be taught. And, you know, thank goodness for them, because then it was the phrase that came out is, well, you know, when you're running a game, all you got to remember is your table, your rules. If you want to give unlimited perks, then they have to also take the same point amount in flaws to kind of balance out that character and make it a little more interesting. And I was like, that's amazing. Okay, did not see that before. That's a great call. That's one I'll use. And I've seen some rule changes I didn't quite like, but they still worked at that person's table. Here's the really cool part. Back then, you did not have access to publishing the stuff that you wanted to run. So everything you wanted to run had to be done by word of mouth. And that did not get far, especially in places like where I lived. Now, whatever you want to publish, you have like almost unfettered access. There is literally and was literally no way to properly keep anyone from purchasing the books through all that gatekeeping. I still got through, got bloody doing it, but I still got through. And all of that in that community at the time was designed to get me to stop, which, spoiler alert, got 2 cabinets full of books. That did not do shit.
Well,
now it's even the only thing that you could ever gatekeep is your table. That's it. If you're talking about gatekeeping at the FLGS, where are you going to find stormtroopers that are going to check your creds before you're able to buy a copy of Bison? Get real.
I am told about a Halcyon past by my folks who, like I said, they used to play. They didn't play with Gary. They played with people who played with Gary and used to drive out a couple of hours to Lake Geneva, right? But they tell this Halcyon ancient past that is forgotten, and it might not have ever existed, but I like the idea of it, right? Where there was an informal guild system. And I say informal because it was never written down, right? Where it's like, okay, you're a new player, you want to play? That's great. Oh, you want to run? Well, have you helped someone else run? Oh, you haven't? Okay, well, now you can be my assistant. You'll help me run game, get people's information. Why? Because the average adventuring party was 8, right? And
Yeah.
people are like, wait, 8 players? It's like, yeah, 8 players, 1 party caller, 1 DM. And they're like, you can't run that. It's like, dude, I've been in a LARP where you've run a game with 300 people. Don't tell me you can't run 8 people at a table. And it's like, okay, well, when did you become a DM? It's like, well, after you had done some assisting, after you had helped run a game, it'd be like, okay, now I'm going to be your assistant, you're going to GM, and I'm going to help you not miss stuff, right? And then once they had run a game, it's like, okay, you're a master now. You get to go off. You get to go do your own thing. But the bar, right? The actual, what is the bar for quality? I'm sorry, fans. Hate me, please. It's not Mystara. It's not Greyhawk. It's not Forgotten Realms. It's not running any of the canonical settings that you think that people are like, oh yeah, you had to run this. As much as I love me some Ravenloft, and I absolutely believe that Ravenloft is one step removed from Death Test, right?
Death Test was not one I was ever privy to. Like, literally, the minute you mentioned it's the minute I became aware that it even existed.
Oh, Death Test is great. My folks used to be like, no, we don't let you GM until you run a Death Test and survive. That's how we know you're a capable player.
Right.
But the thing is that what was actually the bar for quality was, what's your homebrew? What do people say about your homebrew? How qualitative is your world? I have a black notebook. It's heavy. It's thick, right? Of multiple years of campaign notes for a continuous world my mom and dad played. Like, if I took it and I cleaned it up and made it into a book, it would sell. Right?
You know what? I would actually love to see that, because I'm not gonna lie, I would buy that book.
Right. But the reason I have to clean it up is there are things like my dad was a big Star Trek fan for TOS.
Yeah.
So at a remote corner of their world, a D7 battlecruiser crashed, and the Klingons turned around and said, "Well, I guess we're empire building now," and they were basically using the stats for orcs, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is that they had phasers. The phasers helped them win an empire, but then the phasers ran out, so they started using local weaponry, as you do.
Yeah, as you do, yeah.
But it's literally like, yeah, no, we built an unbreakable fortress out of a D7 battlecruiser that we stripped for parts. we brought advanced technology to a fantasy land. You know, all the fun things that you used to do that were seen as par for the course, that you'd have to adjust, because you can't just say, and a D7 battlecruiser crashes in a commercial product. People wouldn't have a connection fit.
No.
But what I'm getting at is, in the right now, I've run into people who claim that they've never read the DMG, and they think that that's a mark of quality. It's like, what's wrong with you? You're running D5 and you've never read the DMG, and then you complain about all these incorrect rules and things that aren't in the game that are in that DMG,
that are
right,
building on the player's handbook.
Right. And then you have the people that they've I've never run a homebrew. How would you do that? What would be a homebrew? That sounds dangerous. Meanwhile, I'm running a consistent setting called The Ruined Frontier, which not only has all of your Game of Thrones flavors, right? But I've run multiple campaigns in it in D5, and people are like, well, 5th edition is shit. You can't do good things in 5th edition. It's like, you can, if you know what you're doing.
If you know what you're doing, like I say, where I stopped with 5th edition was I just got the 3 core rule books. That's really all I need. Would I like to play Curse of Strahd? Yeah, but I just don't want to give Wizards any more money. I did buy Dragonlance because I'm a Dragonlance fan. Right. But if it sucks, I'm going to say so. And I'm going to be giving examples from the book. So I'll be a little more armed to do that. I bought the deluxe edition, and here's the thing. I go with, like, RPG Pundit was like really just leaning into the vitriol on it. And so was someone else. I had to tell him to, cool his tits on it. But what ended up happening was Margaret Weiss popped up and said, make it your own. Take out what you don't like, put in what you do like, lean into what you like, lean into what makes it fun, and just make it your own, like any tabletop RPG should. And I'm going with her wisdom on it.
Well,
I'm going to get my money's worth out of it one way or the other.
Well,
but
let me give you an
if it sucks, I
example.
won't be recommending it.
Let me give you an example. It's going to get us actually onto a useful topic and back onto something you wanted to talk about.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
So I was in the White Wolf fan club far too long, and they had a criminally terribly written chronicle called Infinite Edge. Let's pause and laugh for how silly that name is. I absolutely told people I'm going to.
Watch out.
Oh, I absolutely told people I'm going to make a character. I'm going to become the prince, and I'm going to be the Lord of the Edge. You can't stop me. And they're like, no, you can't. It says in our bylaws you can't make any references. It's like, no, you will not stop me. I will be the Lord of the Edge. I will do it. But the thing was, it was a space setting that was structured poorly. Like World of Darkness in space sounds interesting, right? Yeah. But what they did is they said, okay, we're in the solar system. We don't have interstellar, right? Or pangalactic. And
I think I remember you telling me about this off the air before. But
probably
this is one I'm so glad he's bringing it up now.
But the core worlds like Earth and the Sun and whatnot were 40K dune structure, okay, and then when you moved out a little bit more into wider space, it was Blade Runner, right? And then when you moved out to the Galactic Fringe, it was Firefly. Now that's not necessarily bad, but they kept adding more and more. It's like this, and like this, and like this, until their space setting was completely watered down and lacked any kind of focus, right? And then they put in a bunch of arbitrary rules management restrictions that basically made it so it's like, oh yeah, you're on a space station. Can I travel space? No. Can I go to the local planets and see weird shit? No. Can I explore? No. And it was awful. It was terrible.
Yeah, what's the use?
But that being said, I had a really interesting idea that other people said, oh man, that would have been a great domain. I said, I want to make a space prison. And they're like, okay, so what is it? I said, I want to make a space prison that's a salt mine. It's a planet of salt, and there's a prison on it, and the prisoners have to mine salt because they export it. And it's like, okay, so how does it work? I said, well, how it works is that since the rules say you can only have one game a month, which is awful, but that's how they do it in the club right now. That's visiting day. That's the open day when the ships come in for delivering cargo and exporting cargo, and anyone can come visit. It's got an open door policy, but your character needs to be on that shuttle to leave by game end. It's like, what? It's like, if your character is not on that shuttle, you are locked. You cannot leave. It's a prison. Yep. Right? Because it's somewhere between Devil's Island, Australia, and Rurapente, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the idea is like, so what's the power structure? What's the social? It's like, you're prisoners. It's Oz. You're playing Oz in space. The prince is the dude who has killed his way to the top of the prison hierarchy, right? The warden is back on Earth. You can't get him. You know, the guards are scum, you know, survive in your space prison. And I knew people that was like, well, that would just never work. You could just never do that. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure I can do that. I'm pretty sure that could be perfectly run. And then, of course, there are people that loved it. And that's why we should totally have Wretched is the New Black.
That is true. That's a great way to bring it full circle, dude. That is amazing. But here's something I thought was interesting. I just kind of did an overhand shuffle and just drew a card from each of my decks right now.
Mm-hmm.
This is something I think is really cool because we were talking earlier, Mootz and I were, about, you're over this weekend, there are going to be there are going to be things that you can do, especially. I love this. Yes,
Which black is the new black?
Always black until I could see in the dark.
It's like the
dark, are
It's
you?
like the blackest black times infinity. Like if you went to hell and the black was on fire.
And then, of course, Riddick pulls up his goggles. Beautiful.
Right.
You know? But here, I just kind of thought about it. I was like, what really can we get from those two readings we did? What would make this? Because in my reading, there's a choice, and you have to really carefully think through the choice. And the choice is about the creative endeavor. I know someone out there is doing something very creative, and of course, it needs a little bit of thought. And the choice was: do you lone wolf it because you do have everything you need, or do you effectively communicate what it is you're looking for and work with the people that you have, cut out any elements that are, directly opposing you, and just work with what you got? I got a 2 of Cups right here. That's a soulmate card. So there's definitely partnership in this, and it's a close, very tight partnership. Also, from the Angels and Ancestors Oracle, I got an eagle, which tells you see things from a higher perspective. That points right at that Ace of Swords that came up, because that Ace of Swords tells you shift your perspective, think very clearly. And then the final card I got, believe it or not, Fehu, which I don't know how many are really familiar with the runes, but this rune, I'm going to say this, it's going to be a little tangential, but it will come back. I'm sure all of you have seen the John Cena Experian commercial where he's walking around with a cow. That's not accidental, because wealth was measured in head of cattle back then. So what? And then here's the problem that I have with that commercial. They're telling you that credit is wealth. It's not. It's debt. So there is a bit, in my opinion, of course I could be wrong, of subliminal messaging telling you, having that cow in the picture all the time with John Cena, one of the wealthiest professional wrestlers in existence right now, that having credit is going to translate to you being wealthy. It's not. Don't let that fool you.
I mean, in a certain sense, just in a certain sense, having credit is wealth, but it's not wealth in the sense of you earning wealth. It's in the sense of you giving away wealth, because that's on your good name.
It's
saying your name is good enough that we're going to extend you aggressive lines of credit with which to harm yourself.
Yep. We're going to give you enough rope to hang yourself with there.
Right.
So,
you're a strong man about town. Here's your rope.
Yeah. It's kind of funny because there's all this symbolism in the world right now. And I know, like, this gets people's eyes rolling so hard they see their optic nerve cluster with it. There's a post from the Q crowd that says symbolism will be their downfall. I tend to agree with that to some extent, especially when you start looking at the origins of the symbols used, because then you're going to start opening your eyes to stuff. It's one of the few things that I came away with. I was like, that's interesting. I wonder what that is. And the more you look into it, the more you start to see it. A lot of the stuff, I'm not going to lie, just from doing tarot, oracles, and runes, I've been able to stumble across a lot by accident. Well, and accidental stumbles are amazing at times.
Well, I'm a pagan, but I confuse people because I'm also a skeptic, and I'm in favor of reason and science. And it's like, but you believe in Odin? That's an invisible man in the sky with a hammer. It's like, well, kinda, right?
Like, hey, you got the wrong weapon. He has a spear.
Yeah, but no bad that anyone else is invisible man in the sky.
Right.
The thing is that, do I do the cards? Yeah. Do I believe in the cards? Yeah. Do I believe in the potential of working will to affect change in your life? Absolutely. Yep. But I'm also the person that's like, well, Joe, do you want to do the magic? It's like, no, we don't need to do magic. We don't need a reading. It's like, but why not? This is important. It's like, because
this can be done practically.
This can be done practically, and if you overemphasize the significance of the images that you find, if you put too much faith, literally, in the symbols, then you're letting them decide for you, and you're not making decisions based on information. You're letting information make your decisions.
Yeah,
Right.
this is tail wagging the dog again.
And when it becomes when you get an imprecise image because you don't know what you're looking at, then you get paralyzed with indecision because it's like, but the rune said one thing and the card said another. It's like these are systems. They require intelligence and restraint. They're not psychic answers. It's not Mistress Cleo.
You still have this is the problem that I like. There are people who have come to me with tarot questions before. I have to work with them a little bit because the fact is, it's what do you with any question that you have, especially going into the cards. It's what do you need to know to make the most of that situation. So first thing, what is the situation? Second thing, what do you need to know? Number 3 is you. It's always going to be about you. That's why the significator card is the one I start with, because it's always going to be you. You have to make the decision. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, there are times where I've seen people ask me a question. I'm like, I don't need my cards to tell you that. If you keep supporting that person that you know is destructive, they're going to destroy you in the process. And if you cut ties with them, as bad as it's going to feel, you're going to come out a lot better, and you'll be able to help someone else who'll actually take it and run with it, and you'll get over the bad feeling.
Well,
so that's just it's simple. In a lot of ways, it's simple trend analysis, but in others, it can be a very useful guide. But it should never rob you of your agency in the matters that you're looking at.
What's extra funny is then you have situations like, again, I was in college, and a young lady did a report on the tarot, right? And I'm like, okay, this is going to be interesting. But it was a by-the-book approved history, right?
Oh.
So it was a history of tarot completely divorced from its arcane roots. Only describing the official accepted history, meaning that it goes so far back as cards of the 18th century in the courts of Baroque France. And I'm just like, no.
Got your history wrong.
Yeah. And she was the worst kind of hippy-dippy, crystal rubbing, I love you, you love me, ultra-friendly, neo-pagan. And it's like, Joe, why are you so judgmental on these people? Why aren't you nice? It's like, because these are the flotsam of paganism.
These are the definition of tryhards.
Right.
Like you could see them even today. It doesn't matter where you are, whether you're into metal, you're into horror movies, you're into tabletop RPGs, you're into different spiritualities. You will always see that newcomer. They want to fit in so badly that they've seen something somewhere and they've latched onto it because they think that one little element's all it's about.
Right.
And it's like, nah.
Well,
look again.
As for instance, when I do my readings, right, I do book. I just do straight draw from the deck after shuffle. But I only use Upper Arcanum plus the aces. And people are like, but you shouldn't do that because either you need all the cards because not everything is extreme.
My question wouldn't be like, I wouldn't approach it like that. I'd be like, why is that? That's because to me that's an interesting take, and I'm curious to see what it is.
My notion is that the various aces are representative of personal stances, right? Interpretations on potentially cosmic events, right? And you shouldn't ignore the human element to motions. You are living your symbolic representation, but you're not your symbolic representation, right? So I'm going to use the most classic, immediate visual. If you draw death as your significator, right? Well, we all know what death is. Death is the cycle. Death is ends and beginnings. And based on positionality, it's either an end that is the natural end and there is no new beginning because it's the end of the story, or it is the continuation of the cycle, right? And obviously, like if you then draw the hanged man or the lovers, it's like, yeah, the path is going to be interesting, right? But
Mm-hmm.
that still doesn't tell you who you are on that
No.
path, right? But then if you were to draw the Ace of Swords, it's like, okay, well, if it's the Ace of Swords, swords turned down, right? It's either the ending of a conflict, you're putting the sword in the ground, you're done with it, or it's a loss. It's a fail. You know, you're not going to succeed. You're not coming out of a state of victory. You're coming out of a state of rebuilding, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then if it's upright, based on how other cards are placed, maybe it's a new battle. You're going to conflict, or you've got your sword out already, and you're making conflict for yourself and others as you incarnate chaos, right?
Or
Because you're being overly combative.
or and this is the way I like what it stirs, or what it stirred with me earlier today, because that Ace of Swords did come out, was there. You have to approach it with a clear mind.
Right.
That's the only way that you're going to win this little battle. You can't win it if you're overwhelmed and you can't think.
Right.
There's the old adage for martial arts: if your opponent can't see, can't breathe, can't think, they can't fight. And likewise, if you can't see, you can't. Well, in this one, if you can't think, you really can't fight this battle very well at all. You're gonna be on a losing end of it. So upright to me means you're approaching it with clarity of vision. You know exactly where you're going. You're going to do it. Inverted or reversed, you really don't have any clarity. You're overwhelmed. You're stressed out. God, I can relate.
Well, I mean,
And then on top of that, you're going to lose.
and that's the thing, is like it combines with if you use the Ace of Staves, because it's like upright. You're acting with law. You're acting with lawfulness. You're acting with justice. You've got the right of it, but you're tempered by mercy, right? Because the sword is force, but the stave is wisdom. But then if it's inverted or reversed, it's pettiness and litigiousness, and you're being overly by the book, too many rules, too many structures, too many
Too much
restrictions.
of a rules lawyer there.
Right. So that there's a natural synergy between the symbols. But what you don't need, if you're just doing a reading for the self and you're just drawing book, right, is you don't necessarily need the king, the queen, the page or peasant, the knight, and so on, because you don't need to know you're going to meet a blonde-haired man of wealth. That's ephemera. You just need to know that you're going to meet someone with authority who has the magic. If it's the magician and the stave under the star, it's
Right.
like, no, that's a guy to pay attention to. Who is that guy? You have no idea. It could be anybody, but it's a guy or a woman.
Personally, the reason I have the other cards in mind is because I do like to give as sharp of a picture as possible, especially on days like today, where normally today would be like Full Scale Friday, where I'd give you a reading for the whole weekend. And by the way, that happened today, so I'm gonna have to figure out a way to download this video so I can post it to all the other platforms. BitChute not included, because it's going to run way too long for BitChute. But anyway, to have that kind of clarity, to give the person who's watching as much detail as possible, then they can more effectively make the decision. That's just me, but I totally understand where you're coming from, because that does make a lot of sense.
Well, I mean, I'm not buttering myself up here, but it's an informed position from someone who's done the reading, which is the opposition to the tryhards. Is the tryhards haven't gone deep into their lore. For them, it's a cute game. It's not a religion, and religions require scholarship.
Exactly.
Now, I'm not going to say that gaming is a religion, but similarly, tabletop role-playing games require scholarship. And I think that's the real problem. If we really, really want to get down to it, dirty dog, that's the real problem that modern gaming has, is a generalized lack of scholarship in the potential player base. People pick it up and they want to play, but they don't want to read.
Yeah, and I mean, for most people, I think what they don't understand, especially when it comes to, if you wanted to do something with minimal scholarship, there's a way to do it. If you wanted to play D&D with a bare minimum, there's a way to do it, and you could still function among people who have spent years playing. But the thing is, you're going to have to learn that just because it doesn't actually have, D&D, the brand slapped to the book, doesn't mean you're not doing it. Like, just a couple examples. Osric, Basic Fantasy, White Box, Fantastic Medieval Adventure Game, Swords and Wizardry, and Iron Falcon, just to cite a few. Those are great ways to still get into it. And when you tell someone, yeah, I play D&D, but I play this version of it, the real players are going to know what you're talking about. They're going, oh, you play BX. That's cool. Or, oh wow, you're playing the type like what the kids in Stranger Things are playing, because that's actually AD&D first edition, or something like that.
I mean, that's why I get side eye all the time when people start talking about Pathfinder, because I'm like, oh, you mean D&D 3? And they're like, no, I mean Pathfinder. It's like, no, I mean D&D 3. Yeah. You're playing D&D 3.
To me, I've actually kind of looked into Pathfinder because Paizo does put the I think it's the second edition book online for free, and I finally just decided to kind of look at it, and I was like, yeah, it's way too crunchy and seems to take itself just a little too seriously for my taste.
Well, two things. One, I've not checked out second ed Pathfinder at all, because my standing argument is, of course they have to do a second ed of Pathfinder, because they have to keep parity with D&D 5. And people are like, no, they don't. That's not why they did it. It's like, yes, it is.
Yeah.
Because D&D 3 has a shelf life. You reach a limit where the numbers can no longer be manipulated in a meaningful way, and you don't have necessarily any great original ideas, because Gloriana has just Forgotten Realms, the serial numbers piled off. If you're not creating new settings that people care about, you've got to keep up with the Joneses, because that's what Pathfinder was created to do, was keep up with D&D, which is its great undermining element, and people want to deny that. The other thing is that I'm not a math guy. Okay, I like simple math, which is weird, because it's like, but you play first ed, that's all crunch. It's like, yeah, but that's also all charts, and I just have to know where the chart is. They did the math for me. I don't have to figure it out, right? But I'm sorry, if I'm playing D&D 3 and I get a +4 to a skill, right? That is, I don't care how you try to recontextualize it, that is exactly the same as getting 4 +1s to a skill from 4 different sources in my Pathfinder game that is all crunch, because it's called Mathfinder, because you have to find the math. It's the same. It's identical. They're living in denial about what it is. And then they're like, but it's not D&D, it's Pathfinder.
She said, Sunseed says she really likes their wizard glyphs. She's used them in some art. To that point, I gotta recommend the Chronicles of Iris by Greg Lambert, who I purchased. I'll quote him. He would rather you purchase the PDF than the physical book, because the physical book comes with an errata sheet of changes they've made. But personally, I have both, and looking through it, he actually has some of these runes, and some of them are modified, but they're treated in a way that's very respectful toward the game, and respectful toward the source material. So I was looking at it thinking, this is really cool. If you want something a little more authentic to the runes, definitely Castles and Crusades Codex Nordica and Codex Germania. You can't go wrong with those two books. Those two books are amazing. But I think those three are definite recommendations for any kind of runes or glyphs that they use, because they are they're treated really well, in my opinion.
Well, if you want to go, we're gonna be old men for a minute. Old man stream. If you really want to shock people, I went and got a electronic version through various and sundry means of a book that I physically have. I inherited it from my folks. Best of Dragon Magazine, Volume 4. Right? Because the best of might be easier to find than the individual issue and article.
True. Yeah.
2 articles on runes. there's an article called Runes by Phil Tatarzinski and Roger Ropp, and there's a article on specifically runestones, like dwarven runestones, by Ed Greenwood, right? Back to back in the same book. And it's literally how to use fantasy and historical runes in your D&D games, right? So if you like wizard glyphs, right, pepper it with some reality in usage for how to do. Because one of the things that I have been grousing about as I kick around my RPG world is like I have not found a game with a meaningfully good version of the ancient runes in usage, where it's like, okay, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna take this stick and I'm gonna put some runes on it, okay, and then I'm gonna stand this stick here, okay, and then I'm gonna get to decapitate a horse, and as I bleed on this rune, I'm going to declare how this is my staff of scorn directed at these people I don't like, and it works.
It's like, okay, do you know which runes you're picking?
Right, but
I get a little granular, but it's like, okay, look, when you know, and when you're seeing people kind of treat it like, well, I could just pick these, as like, do you know what they do?
Well, as for instance, you invoked, that you came across Fehu earlier in a drawing, right? Yeah. Well, yeah, Fehu and his wealth and prosperity, and that's great, right? But if I put that on a invocation that is a cursing on somebody, right, and I sacrifice the life of an animal, especially a cow, matter of point, it's like, yeah, now you get to watch your wealth and prosperity that you already had dry up and blow away, because my hatred is now made manifest in the runes.
Yeah, it'll have that opposite intended effect, and it's like, well, you might want to... I mean, come on, there's only, 26 of them?
Right.
That deck is not exactly big. You can actually go to Codex Nordica and find... and here's the thing. I've said this because I've read it, and I think it's great. I think with Steven Chenault and Brian Young obviously doing their research, because they really did, and they didn't act like insufferable know-it-alls. There are a couple points where I'm like, I'd love to know your sources on this, because I'm unfamiliar with that, and I would just like to see what it is. But like, even some of the names of the runes are a little different, but they're the same thing. They have the same meaning assigned to them, and what's in a name for me. When you have a book like that, you can learn everything you need to know just from that one book. And if you wanted to go a little cheaper, there's Cassandra Eason's A Little Bit of Runes. It looks like a children's book, and I assure you it's not. It might be a small book, but it'll be a book that helps you, especially if you want to use runes in your game to an effect. Because even if you have a DM that doesn't know, you can still kind of influence your decision, because you're the one. DM might just have to take your word, especially if you decide, I'm going to do a bind rune down this staff. These are the runes it'll include. Here's what they mean. Here's the intention. The DM will, 9 times out of 10, I bet you the DM's like, okay, so roll for this, roll for that. Let's see if that's successful.
I mean, that's the thing that got me into World of Darkness. Ultimately, was not, oh man, I'm gonna be a cool vampire in a trench coat and kill people. It was, oh wait, this is a role-playing setting where not only can I play quote unquote the bad guy, but I can use sympathetic magic to affect people, like sympathy. Because the closest, to the best of my memory, that D&D in the more modern context has ever gotten to sympathetic or organized casting is the Red Wizards of Thay. And in their most recent outing, the Candlekeep Mysteries, they immediately disregard that. They don't even mention it. It's like, oh well, the Red Wizards are actually liches at the top, which is like, okay, and this is their school, and this is how they schemed for power, and it's like, okay, but where are the systems where multiple level 3 wizards come together to cast a level 9 spell? Because that was Thay's big secret, is that they had circle magic, and the circles could combine their efforts to break the world, and that's why they were a international threat.
Yeah, And you know, I don't see
Let's
that.
just call it what it is. The Red Wizards of Thay are the Tremere.
Right, exactly. It sounds like something Raceland Majere would probably be part of, but he was Dragonlance and not World of Darkness. So, I mean,
I mean, if you do the game right, I could totally see a World of Darkness, Vampire the Dark Ages setting where you basically play Raceland with the serial numbers filed off as as an early House of Tremere.
Yeah. I mean, I could actually kind of see Raceland as like a damaged vampire, mage of sorts. I guess you could even take the vampire part out, just make him
Right.
like one of those immortals who's like really damaged. He's always suffering with his health.
I mean, if we go New World, he's just a mage, and it's like, well, why is he all sick and all the time? It's like because he ate a paradox.
Well, he went through the trials.
Right.
You can always pop that in there. He went through the trials and it fucked him up. You go through the trials, it will forever. You will walk away changed. You might not walk away.
Oh, I'm running a character right now you would love. His name is Tiberius Thrice Killed, and arguably he should be called 4K now because he's been killed a fourth time and come back. But the thing is, you have to, you know that phrase, never underestimate someone who is old in a dangerous profession.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So this dude comes in, and mind you, he's friendly, he's affable, he's funny. Right. He's a werewolf with a wooden leg, a prosthetic arm, and he uses a harpoon as a walking stick / crutch.
Yeah.
Right? Now,
Jeez.
now, the secret that people haven't put together, despite I've told them more than once, is when he invokes the fetish objects on his person, the leg fits in place. He cannot be knocked over. Right? The arm functions like a regular arm and has the ability to enhance his strength. And he throws the harpoon at people. And the harpoon turns into lightning.
He wields the power of Zeus over there.
Because, well, he's a member of a lodge called the Lodge of the Maelstrom. They're basically werewolf pirates who, in the ancient past, discovered what they thought it was a belt. Right? They found a big gold belt. And then they put together, wait a minute, this isn't a belt. This was a fetter? So they're literally sitting on the ocean watching the waves like, is today the day Cthulhu arises? Right? So he's a werewolf pirate living the life, fighting the worst monsters possible, and to get those victories, he's like, yeah, they bit off my arm and it didn't come back. Oh yeah, no, I lost a leg. I've been inside its mouth and it didn't come back, and I'm still here.
Yeah.
And literally, it's like, well, how does he do this?
Some shit.
It's like, well, how does he do this? It's like runes and magic. He's held together with runes and magic.
little spit and glue, right? Little bubble gum and some duct tape. MacGyver stuff.
Well, the fun of it is that he is contrasted by another character named Temujin. Temujin is a half Russian, half Vietnamese whose fraternal grandfather is a Mongolian. What a wonderful mess that is.
Jeez.
Right? And he was raised by this grandfather who was half a loon, right? Did you watch Andromeda?
I watched a couple of episodes, and I'll be honest with you, I don't remember much about them, but it's mainly because I just didn't have time. So
Temujin's personality is basically a werewolf supremacist by way of Nietzschean philosophy.
Ooh.
Right? So I am the will to power. I make my power manifest through my efforts. And I am the center of my own universe. My hand is the strongest hand. My arm, the fellest arm.
Wow.
Right? The thing is that whereas 3K is like, look, man, I'm fighting for peace. I'm fighting for victory because one day I want to retire. I'm down 2 limbs already. and I want
to... not looking to war my entire fucking life, dude.
Right. In particular, it's like, I would like to maybe, rule, because there has to be something to rule after we win. Right? Temujin is his opposite because Temujin is described unfavorably by his peers as a warhawk.
Oh,
Temujin lives for war. Temujin makes things more difficult for himself because in his supremacist ideology, everyone is potential prey, everyone is a potential competitor. So he has to have control. He has to find ways to control them, which means that he's consistently doing things that undermine his own efforts, right? Whereas 3K would walk up and be like, "Hey, bro, can I ask you a question? Can we make a deal? Can we have a favor? Can we trust each other?" Temujin's like, "Hey, buddy, I want to make a deal with you. By the way, I went and got the blackmail material. Now you have to agree."
Yeah. and that's interesting because it draws some parallels here, especially for me. We have people out there that want to control your tabletop and mine, and they do that by way of walled garden. And I'd be willing to bet, like I said, I'm not getting involved in that. That's not going to be me. But they cannot wrap their brains around people that just they opted out because they know they got options, and they're like, I don't care what you think, I don't care what you see, I don't care how you frame it up. This is bullshit. We know what's coming. We've seen it dozens of times before, and we're not falling for it again. And they make life intentionally difficult for themselves by making the walled garden and then repeating the same old cycle over and over again.
Well, it's why I jumped on the bandwagon to see. I wanted to see it for D&D 1. I went and I got the sub, and I've set it aside because I want to see the playtest materials, right? Because I like to be informed. But I'm not panicking about D&D 1.
No.
D&D 1 is going to be a flash-in-the-pan failure. And it's going to be a flash-in-the-pan failure that's going to last 15 years. And people are like, well, how is that a failure? It's like, because it won't have staying power. Even if people like the convenience, even if you and I, who may not like it, end up paying for it and we're going to go play on their digital platform, the fact of the matter is that we are also the kind of people that absolutely are like, I don't want to go deal with a bunch of digital stuff, and having tried it now, I'm kind of unhappy because it only does most basic D&D. I can't do a sci-fi D&D. I can't do a mixed bag D&D. I can't do a what if everyone was monsters D&D, right? So why don't we just go to the table?
And this is the advantage that some of, like, I've encountered a few. Not many, but a few, just maybe count 2, 3 on one hand, that love to say things like, well, when this becomes popular, your table will struggle to exist. And I'm like, dude, when all the power goes out, I can still play my game.
I think I gave this anecdote previously, but if I didn't, interesting parallel. Many moons ago, the Nintendo Wii was coming out, and everyone was really excited for the Nintendo Wii, right? And I was like, I'm not a console kid. I can't afford a console because I can't, right? But more importantly, if I was going to get a console, it had to be the one console. And given the choice between get a console, get a PC, PC is going to win because I can do more things with it.
Right.
Right? And people are like, well, you got to understand, Joe, that consoles are dedicated gaming machines. They're really good. It's like, well, they're pretty, but it's just a computer. It's like, no, it's not. It's a console. It's like, okay.
It's a computer. Yeah.
But then the next step is like, okay, well, what games do you like, Joe? It's like, I like tabletop RPGs. It's like, oh, why? Those are so old and antiquated and analog. I'm like, well, no load screens. And they're like, what? No, it has load screens because you gotta do all that prep work. I'm like, okay, let us do this thought experiment. I spend at the time about $40 for core rules. I go buy a core rule book and I walk out. I got a rule book. Woo! I can now run that game forever, as long as I keep the book in good condition, right?
Yeah.
You buy the new console, you have a generation's worth of gaming opportunities before they make the next generation, and they might not make it backwards compatible. Oh, they're not going to do that. They're going to make things more backwards compatible. No, they didn't.
No.
Right?
You put too much faith in them.
It's like, okay, well, let me get this straight. I spent $40 on my game. How much did you spend on yours? It's like, oh, well, the Wii is the most inexpensive. It's this, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay.
$60.
And I'm like, okay, you wanted it pre-order, right? Yeah. Okay, so it's now this much. Okay, so you're pre-ordering a sight unseen console that you don't know anything about. I mean, yeah, it's from Nintendo, who are a known property, but still, you don't know anything about it. Are you getting anything else? Oh, we're getting the extra memory. It's like, okay, so you're getting something that really should have been in the box to begin with, but you're paying extra for it. All right. What else are you getting? Well, I want the Zelda game, which I want to say was What Not of the Wind. I forget which Zelda was the one that came out with the Wii, right? And it's like, oh, okay, well, that's more. So now you're almost looking at $1,000, and people are like, no, it's not $1,000. No, it's almost $1,000 on a sight unseen console that's only going to function for maybe 15 to 20 years before it's now a piece of plastic taking up space in your house that you don't play anymore. And I'm the sucker.
Yeah, right. And here's the thing. I like to point this one out too. There's a line, or rather a scene in the movie Excalibur, where Arthur's men are getting their asses handed to them, and it's because of this one knight who won't, unblock the damn bridge. So he's like, okay,
Right.
well, want it done right, got to do it yourself. And he goes over there and he tells him, move aside. That's coming from the king. Get out of the way. And he's like, I'm not moving. Not until someone beats me in combat. And, they have their little discussion. Finally, Arthur and Lancelot are going to square off. And Lancelot is kicking his ass. And it sends him into a frenzy. Like, how dare you? Dude, this is my country. I run it. This is my bridge. It belongs to me. You move. This is not a discussion. And he flips his shit on Lancelot. And Lancelot tells him, your rage has unbalanced you. You would fight a man who is not your enemy to the death for a stretch of road you could easily ride around. And I think that just encapsulates everything we've been talking about, because both sides of the woke or anti-woke arguments, both of them are so unhinged at. I mean, one may be keeping up appearances a little better than the other, but both are so unhinged that they will absolutely work to do everything they can to destroy something that has nothing to do with them, that they could easily just ignore.
The standing differential, the standing argument that I always make, if we're going to use this example, okay, is that between the two, right? If I look at the OSR, ProSR, whichever one it is, I can't keep the acronym straight. If I look at the old school, right, and I go, I appreciate your opinion, but I respectfully disagree because I think you've drunk some of the Kool-Aid and you need to reassess your opinions, right? It can stop there. It stops there. We agree to disagree, and we might not even like it, right? Like they might be sorely angry, but we can be personable. I was on another podcast recently with somebody who has me blocked on Gilded because he and I had one conversation, right? And he felt that I was bloviating. There was a misunderstanding, right? But he blocked me, and I couldn't even positively respond to his few comments. I'm like, I agree with this, I agree with that, right?
Right.
But he and I were on a podcast passing like ships, and we were able to communicate positively. We were able to be polite in public, which is the minimum requirement for being an adult in society.
That's it.
Right?
Yep.
So it's like, well, why are you against the woke? Why won't you stand on the right side of history? Because the expectation is that if I stand with you, I have to conform to you. I have to do what you want by default, because if I fail to live up to your arbitrary standards that I don't agree with, I'm in the wrong.
The three words, it's never enough.
Right.
Constant purity tests. And that's
because I get in that weird situation where it's like, hi guys, I'm left-leaning, right? And I've said it in multiple ways. I've said classical liberal. I've said my mother was a feminist and I was raised as a classical feminist because my mom was a feminist in the 60s and 70s when that mattered, right? And so on.
When it was about men and women on equal footing.
Right. But by and large, time and again, it's like I have to find all these qualifiers because what I'm trying to say is I'm not a sparkle troll and I don't like what they do. Because I don't.
No.
And I have been in games with wokesters, right? Where we have ground horns, and it's like, well, look, it's your table, but I fundamentally disagree with how you're doing it,
Yeah.
right? And they didn't like that. They didn't like being challenged in their given area. Best example, I'm not kidding. I didn't harm their game, but because of some insistence, a game slowed to a crawl for a bit because we actually had to look up the relative weightage of 18th century barrels, liquid to size, to determine how much money we were getting for the whale oil we just stole.
Okay.
Because it's like, no, dude, you don't get gold from ships. When you raid a ship, you take stuff. It's like,
you take stock from them. Yeah.
Well, what stuff did we take? Oil. It's like, oh, cool, oil. We can resell that. That's going to be a lot of money. How big are the barrels? They're big barrels. How big? Like tons. It's like, okay, a ton, a TUN, is an actual measure of a barrel. Let's go find out how much liquid weight a ton can hold. Holy crap, guys! We made bank. We're gonna be able to keep doing this next month.
Right. But at this point, it's like, how do you transport that? You're not, especially if you don't have a wagon, you're going to have to take the entire ship and then find a port where it's most profitable for you to sell it.
Well, that was actually the crux of the plot, and how we ended up literally. So somebody got really mad. They're like, "You're colonizing these people on their own island," and I'm like, "Yes," and they're like, "But why?" It's like, I'm a pirate. It's what I do.
Where did you miss yo ho?
Well, here's the thing. This was, you have a bunch of newbies, and they all like Pirates of the Caribbean. I like Pirates of the Caribbean. Pirates of the Caribbean's great. But if you actually watch Pirates of the Caribbean, they're terrible pirates. They never piracy. They never do any piracy.
No, not at all.
So
they've just been accused of it mostly.
So they're like, okay, Joe, what's your character? And I'm like, well, I am a nobleman. My family were ambassadors to the Orient. And while I was away in the Orient being an ambassador, my family lost big in the Game of Thrones back home. And I'm functionally an outcast now because if I go home, I have no holdings. Nothing to my name. Right? So what's your character? Oh, I'm a martial artist. I learned the way of the fist while I was in the Orient. Oh, okay. So what are you doing? Well, I'm using my family's wealth, the last of my wealth. I'm going to buy a boat. I'm going to build a pirate fleet, and I'm going to become such a problem that when I do sail into the big port, they will have to recognize me and give me back everything they took. Right? Because I'm going to buy it. It's like, okay. So here we are, and I'm like, okay, guys, first things first. We got a boat. The world's our oyster. We need a port we can sell at. And they're like, what? And it's like, well, look, we're going to go piracy, right? Yeah. We're going to go take ships, right? Yeah. What do you think we get for money? And they're like, well, money. It's like, no, you get goods. And those goods have to be trafficked. You have to launder the money through resale. It's like, oh. And I'm like, look, this will help us keep our overhead because you got to pay for repairs on the boat, your housing, feeding, water, all these things. So we go to this island and we go in to the port authority like regular traders, and we're like, hey man, look, we want to set up a little something with you, and we'll totally give you a kickback, right? And at first everything seemed mellow, except then they tried to take our ship, right? And it's like, wait, what? You tried to kill us and take our property? Maybe you've misunderstood this situation. So first we take our ship out of the port, we rotate it 45 degrees, and we point the cannons at the shore. It's like, this is not a holdup. Right? And then, after they're like, well, blah, 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 we're like, maybe you misunderstood. Take gun, pull gun out of ship, lower gun onto shore, push gun up the hill all the way to the governor's mansion with armed men. And it's like, hi, this is now an aggressive renegotiation. You're going to pay us what you owe us for the trade we brought you, right? And
it's like, that's not fair, pirate.
Right. So we figure out with the GM how much money they owe us, and it's like they don't have that much money. I'm like, oh no, that's fine. We'll take it in land. What?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. we'll take land. We like land. Land holding is something I, a nobleman, am very knowledgeable in. It's like, okay, well, what are you going to do with that land? Plantations. What? We're going to turn this into making goods and services for resale back home.
Oh,
and that was the point at which
you brought up the P word.
At which point a sparkle troll looked at me and said that you're colonizing them on their own island. And I'm like, you're absolutely right.
Damn right.
Oh no, it gets better because like, well, who's gonna run this while you guys are off being pirates? And I'm like, I found two men of value. This is Mr. Hanover and this is Mr. Fist, and they're going to make sure that these plantations run, and I don't care how they do it.
And Bellbrick says 200 to 300 men plus cannon are quite an argument. I'd say that's quite a persuasive argument.
Oh yeah. Oh, you want to chuckle? Are you ready for a chuckle?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm in a Dark Ages game, and I was playing a pirate, and I'm playing Captain Mutt. Captain Mutt's lovable. Captain Mutt's dumb as they come. He's an idiot. Okay, high physical, lowest possible mentals. Right. Thing is that what is this representing? He's an uneducated, dirt poor nobody. He's a common yeoman who was sold to a pirate ship as a child. Right. So where is all of his mental skill? Where's all of his mental expertise? Pirating, shipcraft. You learn by doing. He's been doing it since he was 7 years old. Now he's 70 years a vampire, right? He's amazingly good at piracy. He's not so good at social graces.
Right.
Right?
He's like Fezzik in The Princess Bride, you know?
Right. So part of the joke has been his slow progressive improvement, because he's like, I can smarten myself up a bit. I could read a book. Right? To the extent that the first game he was in, here we are, we're guests in somebody else's domain, and somebody's rude, so he chewed them out. And they were like, Mutt, we're guests. You have to be polite. So Mutt reaches into his pocket. He pulls out this tiny piece of paper, and he unrolls it. And he puts on little reading spectacles and proceeds to read off chapter and verse from the guild charter for a subsection law called Mutt's Law that says that the guild is not responsible for stupid shit that Mutt says, and that Mutt is very sorry because Mutt is not a master of the English language. So here's the thing. The geniuses running this chronicle, you have to think, they could see how people were making their domains. The argument was, we're not going to focus on the big cities. So you can have a domain, but you can't be in Paris. You can't be in London. You can be in other towns. What's going on in the rest of the world? Great. Everybody's picking the Mediterranean. They're crowding in around the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
And you'd think they'd see it, but they didn't see it. So they have no rules for shipboard combat, no rules for trade, no rules for domain management at a guild commerce level, no rules for shipboard travel, right? No rules for ships. So one person, my ship is just a stock location. Another person, my ship is actual equipment. Every piece of the ship has to be targeted and destroyed independently to sink it. Right? And I'm not kidding. I spent $40. I bought a book on shipcraft so that I could figure out how ships were built, so I could say, I want to make these targeted attacks to sink his boat. For the day I take on a galley with my Hulk, I want to sink his boat. It's like, but he has 200 men on that boat. Yeah, and my 40 men are faster in the water, turn on a dime and go upriver. Screw your tree M. But that's the thing, is like, I was like, well, my boat's my haven, and it has haven guards, and I have a crew, and I'd like to use my crew as minions sometimes. Because if I'm in port for the night, for gathering, that's shore leave. The men are in the city. Right? No. You can't use the haven guards trait as retainers, so they don't leave the boat. Wait, you mean my haven guards live on the boat? They're afraid to go on land? They stop at the edge of the gangplank? Yeah.
What?
Okay. So they're like, how do I have a mob of men? It's like, well, you can get retainer. Look, dude, I'm a neonate. Retainer's cheap for me. Are you sure you want to do it this way? Yeah. Okay. I'm not kidding. Just do the math yourself. You get 4x.
Before you go any further,
okay.
This is for those who have never played a tabletop RPG. When anytime you have someone who has played ask you, "Are you sure you want to do that?" That is that's our way of saying, "Here's a big fucking red flag we're going to put on your table. This is a warning. Don't try it with me.
Right.
You don't want it."
Right.
And anytime someone says yes to that question, you take the red flag down. Past this, you've already warned them. Consequences will be swift, severe, and they're coming.
It's just one of the interesting.
Better roll good, or they're fucked.
It's just one of the interesting situations where it works both ways, because sometimes players will warn GMs. We try to be nice. It's like when you're making a bad call, boss. Please don't make me ruin your game.
If you're going to make this bad call, I'm going to make life a little bit of a headache for you here. And guess what? White Wolf's Vampire the Masquerade actually gave a little bit of insight into that. This is where I learned it. Was I can't remember what section it was in, but they talked about weapons and things you could improvise. And there was an example they cited where the player said, "Okay, I take the back part of my motorcycle, I'm going to put it against my opponent's face, and I'm going to gun the engine." And I was like, I've only ever seen that one other place before. That was Pet Cemetery 2, and it did not turn well for the motherfucker who was under that tire. so this is the kind of stuff that, it happens. It does go both ways.
So here's the thing. I did the math while you were talking. For 8 months, getting 4 XP a month, I bought Retainers 1. Because a Hulk has a crew complement of 40. Right? So my guards is 10 men. That's skeleton crew. Right? Which means I bought 31 retainers. And now anytime I go into game, anytime I go into to game that night, it's like, okay, Captain Mutt's arriving. How do you know? Because there's a mob of 30 dudes with him. What are they here for? Shore leave. It's like, wait a minute, you're bringing 30 mortals to gathering? It's like, yeah, masquerade's in effect. You better be on your best behavior. It's like, okay, well, what are they doing? It's like drinking, fighting, whoring, having fun. It's like, okay. It's like, well, what else? It's like if you start a problem, that's also somewhere between 15 to 16 instances of 4-on-1 crossbows and cutlasses. I can fight the entire room. It's like, but our rules say only 4 people. It's like, yeah, that's called they're holding you down while I move from person to person with my high power crossbow and stake you. Because I'm a stake jockey. That's what I do. Because for every person I stake, that's one person immediately taken out of the combat. I get 2 attacks around because I've got high level celerity.
Right.
And it's like, but Captain Mutt is just a neonate. He's not dangerous. It's like, you did this. You did this.
Yeah.
All you had to do was let me have an amorphous mob of dudes, and I could have made it easy. But you specifically wanted me to buy 30 retainers that now I have. And then you have other people going, oh my god, you're a venturer. I'm like, what do you mean? It's like, Joe, every instance of retainer is an extra downtime action. You have 30 downtime actions, plus your base downtime actions, plus the ones you get for academic science and household management. And it's like, oh, right. Yeah, so I'm a power. How you doing? Not aggrandizing. This is literally just because I wanted to simulate a proper crew.
Yeah. I mean, that's the kind of thing that I love, is that improvisational ability. Like, you don't get this with video games. Video games, I'm going to say, it's like Grand Theft Auto 5 is one of my favorite video games. And like WWE 2K16, I'm not even mentioning the 20 because I really regret that one. That was just oof. But what I loved about those games was, like, and this is the difference between Sandbox and Railroad here. With WWE 2K16, I loved it because of the character creation and the career mode. But that was, after a while, it repeats the same stuff over and over again. And you get to, you see that. That's a railroad because it's very linear. It takes you on a set path. With Sandbox, like GTA Online, you can go anywhere and do anything as long as it's right there in that world. and that makes it like you still don't have the improvisation factor with video games that you do with tabletop games, because tabletop games lend more to the most powerful computer on the planet, and that's right up here. And if you have the imaginative property, if you're not completely, bankrupt in terms of your imagination, it's better than there are plenty of. And let's not mix it up here. Let's not get it twisted. There are plenty of visual aids. There's battle mats, there's miniatures, there's et cetera, et cetera. And if you're really creative, you could create pieces like I think it's Captain Greybeard. Captain Greybeard created this like Hellraiser looking realm for his adventures, and I was like, dude, I have got to do something like that because that shit's amazing. Well, but when he shows that off, that's a product of imagination that's very real. It's right in front of you. You can touch it, you can feel it, you can engage your at least a couple of the five senses. And that comes from someone's imagination. That kind of thing you're not going to see in a video game unless someone renders it for you, or you render it yourself, or you code it yourself. That's just, and even then you're restricted by the limits of the equipment that you're dealing with. So at least with that, your real only limit is what's up here.
Well, I've interacted with what's called a freeform RPG on occasion. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not my thing. And the reason it's not my thing is because over time I learned to appreciate why rules exist. It's the stealth reason rules exist, which is not just mechanics, right?
Right.
Video games, I play video games, have a inverted progression. They started as highly restrictive, where you could only do very small things, and have progressively become more and more about the open experience. Do anything, be anything, go anywhere, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that, right? But tabletop role-playing games increasingly should actually be about the other way around, which is more rules, more restrictions. And it's like, but why? Why would you restrict? It's like, okay, so I got this friend. He's working on a book called Wretched is the New Black, and it's going to be a Wretchedverse prison game. It's like, okay, well, we already know, just from the nature of that setting and that game, that it's not only going to be kind of grindhouse 1970s, the guards are in control and the women are caged heat, right? But it's also specifically going to be, this is a prison experience. Your role play is hemmed in by the rules of the prison. So what has the prison got? Well, no contraband, controlled scheduling. You've got cell time, you've got yard time, you've got limited access to equipment.
Have you been reading my cleaned up notes?
No, I'm just very good at presuming what's in these notes.
Your assumptions are like normally they say it when you assume you make an ass out of you and me. Your assumptions are like spot on, because that's exactly where my first 19 pages of notes went.
Well, because the thing is that if you didn't have those things, it wouldn't have verisimilitude. You would either have like the Mexico prison experience, which you could totally do in the Wretchedverse as well. If you've ever seen the movie like Catch the Gringo with Mel Gibson.
I haven't seen that one yet. I'll watch it.
It's about, he has to break into a prison in Mexico, which is easy enough. You just get arrested. But the prisons that are also more or less internal communities, because you can't leave, but they don't give a shit if you have women and families, and
it's a society within a society.
Yeah. And the bad guy is a criminal who's using that to hide himself from threat. Because, yes, prisoners might try to take him out, but they've got to go through all the other prisoners to get him, right? So all of his adversaries in law enforcement and all of his mafia cartel enemies can't get him, right? You're either doing that, or you're basically saying, I'm going to play a Wretchedverse game, but I'm going to play the Martha Stewart version, where I'm in a lowest security clubhouse. And it's like... And quite frankly, that was the most awful thing. I hated it. It's a real thing. I'm not making it up. Martha Stewart goes to jail for tax evasion and says, oh, prison was a wonderful experience. It was like an old-timey college campus. It's like, bitch, do you want to go to hard? Let me tell you, real prison ain't fun.
Well, to be honest now, like if you've read Orange is the New Black, and I'm talking reading, not watching the TV show, because by the second season it just veered completely off. And I could say that because I read the book. I wanted to know what was in the second season, and I realized, holy crap, the first season pretty much covered almost the entirety of the book. But the book itself, Piper Kerman really kind of detailed her experiences, and I worked in one myself for almost a decade, so I know at least some of what she's talking about. I never worked in the federal system. The place, I think she was in Danbury, and I think they were awaiting Martha to come in, but Martha, they didn't bring her to that one. I think they brought her to a different one. And the place that I think both of them were in were kind of low security. I know the one I worked at was medium to minimum. There was only one maximum area in the entire joint. But I trained at LSP in Angola, which is a maximum security prison. And that, let me tell you, going from Angola over to the one I worked at, that was culture shock in a lot of ways. I was like, wait, you don't do this? Wait, you let them do that? Okay. So different place, different kind of set of rules. Okay, I got you. Right. And that, what I said, your assumptions were spot on. It's because I'm actually drawing from not just my experience, but even those experiences that I've read, and of course, what's it going to be flavored by? Why it's not going to be entirely accurate, and I'm going to admit that right out. It's not going to be entirely accurate because I'm drawing on those grindhouse movies.
I mean, it can't. If it was 100% accurate, it would be grindingly depressing.
Oh God!
Yeah.
And here's the thing: I actually learned. There's one thing I learned during my near decade working in there. And it's number one. I don't take I started when I went in. I took myself extremely seriously. I barely had a sense of humor, but walking away from that job, I found my sense of humor in there. That is a weird place to find a sense of humor, but you will find it because there are tons of humorous moments that can happen in there. Tons of dangerous moments that can happen in there too. So you've got a wide variety of life experiences that in just one place. And now I don't even take myself seriously anymore. I'll poke fun at myself no matter what.
One of my favorite stories, maybe you can attest to this, maybe you have some more experience, is there was a thing a while back, a politico, some politician, or some prison administration had decided they weren't going to allow D&D in the prison anymore.
Oh, that's been a thing, yeah.
Because it gave dreams or visions of escape. And it's like, yeah, I can't imagine why guys in hard might want to pretend for 4 hours that they're not.
Right.
And then I was told by a friend, it's like, well, no, they still play D&D inside. They just have to be creative. It's like, well, what do you mean? It's like, well, they're not allowed to have dice for obvious reasons.
Right.
So they said they use things like a paper cup with numbers in it as a randomizer, and they use
I think we're talking about the same guy, aren't we? At Hero GM on Twitter.
No. This was actually a guy I lived with for a while.
Okay.
But they use clock to do round time, and according to him, everybody wanted to play rogue. You always get that one guy that's like, I want to be a fighter or a barbarian, but everyone else is like, I want to be a rogue. It's like, wait, so you're just gonna play you in D&D? And what are we gonna do? We're gonna do exactly the same sort of things that got us in here. We're gonna rob, we're gonna pillage, we're gonna plunder. All the things they're telling us we can't do, we're gonna do in a D&D game. And I personally have always loved that. I love the idea that people who literally can't go anywhere else in what limited free time they have are harnessing the tool for imagination to do what it's supposed to do.
Yeah. You know what? I just came across this. This dropped into my email just now.
No.
From Troll Lord Games, the Storytellers Thesaurus and Dictionary bundle, $34.99. I'm like, dude, that's probably going to be my next buy. Because holy crap, have I occasionally run into some writer's block, and that's why I chose this thing with the Wretchedverse is my first real outing, is because now I got some accountability. It's not just all on me, and a little motivation there. That way I don't make excuses. But that I thought was kind of interesting because there it is again. The inability to kind of think outside your box for just a moment. It's like, like personally, when I was younger, I was this scrawny kid with long, stringy dyed black hair, and kept getting his ass kicked or kept getting chased around. That's probably why I stayed so thin, was I kept getting chased around. But yeah, it's not like that anymore. But in any case,
the Wolfgar exercise regime. It's like the Charles Atlas regime, but it involves running your ass off and getting beat.
Right, trying to keep these people from practically murdering you, because that's what I think that's what was on some of their minds.
He's like, look, kid, you're chubby. You want to be not chubby? I'm going to release this bag of ferrets into a closed environment. You're going to run.
You're going to run like hell. We're going to set this up with your kid to make you think we kidnapped her, and then you're going to run after the van. But anyway, there it is. You're kind of, it's like, I didn't want to be that skinny kid. I wanted to be that hulking barbarian that when danger came, he pulled his broadsword out and he was like, let's get it on, motherfuckers. And, when he came out the other side of it, he's still hulking. He might have some cuts, he might have some injuries, but he's covered in someone else's blood and he doesn't mind going out the same way. I wanted to be the opposite. That's why this one D&D announcement trailer with that one lady who was like, I never saw myself in a D&D game. I was like, I didn't want to see myself in a D&D game. I wanted to show people what I saw. I wanted them to see what I saw. That's it.
My issue is twofold, because there is a subject that every time I bring it up, I go on a rant. It makes me ragey, and people are like, "Come on, Joe, it's not that bad." It's like, yes, it is. It is the worst thing ever. It's the actual worst thing in gaming.
Yeah,
like the Sparkle Trolls can go have their walled garden. I don't care. This is the thing that I feel needs to go. Okay, right. Combat wheelchair. The combat wheelchair and the World of Darkness combat wheelchair and all of that shit. And why? Not just because mechanically it's better than not being in it. Right? It's not just that. Oh God. I've made Wolfgar flee.
Oh no, I was grabbing boxes for the cards, that's all.
But the other thing is, hi, I'm a disabled person. I have cerebral palsy. My mom is a disabled person. She's a double amputee. Right? I said, Mom, do you want to have a wheelchair in D&D? And at first she was like, I wouldn't mind. It wouldn't be a problem. But later, when explained to her all of the tangible benefits you get for it, the fact that it's a free magic item that lets you levitate, that is indestructible, that can only be partially damaged by a critical hit, and it's a shitlord thing to do if you have bad guys go out of their way to target the crippled and knock them down. She was like, that's stupid. Right? But the other thing is like, I'm very much of the, while I don't want to be me, right? I'm very much into fantasy realism, which means if I decide I want to play a member of the Order of St. Martin, I'm going to be a leper for God, right? It's like, no, cut off my limbs. No, wound me. I cannot feel the pain, for I am filled with the Lord's might. And then it's like, okay, Joe, you've lost a leg. You're bleeding out. What are you going to do? I'm going to tie off the limb. Okay, you are now 300 miles from civilization. It's like, well, I better get crawling, right?
Right.
If you succeed,
I can relate to that. not to the amputation, but to the crawling. I can relate to that. Because
if you succeed, you have the bragging rights. You have the tale of accomplishment. How is it that the same people who watch The Revenant and think that's awesome because Leonardo DiCaprio dealt with nature, right, can then throw a fit because you can't take away people's agency in your role-playing game? It makes them feel bad. It's like, motherfucker, you're telling me I have to be in a wheelchair because I'm crippled. That's taking away my agency.
Exactly. Yeah. Also, like, when it comes to like disabled characters in RPGs, that's not something I really have a problem with. Like I don't have a problem with it at all. It's because if the person approaches it the correct way, then they become one of the absolute coolest members in the party. But the thing that you have to understand is you're about to go into a cave rather than having some weird wheelchair, which there's no way in hell that will work. Magic carpets, that's an option. That works.
I've made the standing argument. I wouldn't have minded had they said that it was a wizard's throne. That it's a floating throne.
There you go.
That you just sit in your pimp chair and you float, and you make it a high level item you have to earn. I'm down.
All right. Well, look at Raceland. Well, let's go back to him for just a moment here. Raceland went through his trials. It fucked him up. I mean, that guy cannot move. He has to have help a lot of the time. He's always hacking up a lung. Sometimes he's hacking up blood. He has to have this sort of like tea-like concoction. Otherwise, he's going to be in a very rough way. And a lot of his pain causes him to be sort of prickly a lot of the time. He's not exactly the nicest character among the companions.
Let's take a short sidelight into craziness. Have you seen the Dragonlance animated movie?
I saw part of it, and I had to.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
Well, there's a part in the Dragons of Autumn Twilight where they ask Raceland, why didn't you just do that all the time? And he said, referring to his magic, he said it has limits. And in the cartoon, he cited a game mechanic, and I went, "Oh, why did you? Why did you guys write that?"
Oh no, it's extra hilarious. They've got Kiefer Sutherland, who clearly did this as a passion project because he loves the material, right? So Kiefer Sutherland's one of us. Let's think of that for a minute, right? And he's two different characters, right? He voices both Raceland and the dragon, not the actual dragon, but the bad guy adjacent to the Empress.
Right.
Her right hand. And it's like, well, I get it, because Kiefer Sutherland's a great voice and it's cheap and he was willing to do it. At the same time, it's like, somehow, how did Kiefer Sutherland fail at being Raceland? Because he's not mean. No. He's not nasty. He's very soft-spoken and gentle and kind. And it's like, come on, it's...
I have a disagreement. There was David from the Lost Boys. He showed he had a mean streak there.
I'm saying he does. I'm saying in the film, he doesn't bring any of that to bear, even though he can. Okay, his version of Raceland is this very gentle Raceland. It's like, Raceland's not nice. Raceland is the unpleasant one compared to his brother, who is the sweetest piece of apple pie.
They are two polar opposites, but damn it, they work well together.
And I'm not even a Dragonlance fan, and I know that.
Right. But I mean, you have these like disabled characters like Raceland who obviously need help. They cannot get through this shit on their own. And at one point in the book, he is actually captured by a dragon who has its claw like right there in his sternum and pressing in, causing him even more bouts of pain.
Right.
And I mean, once that temple starts collapsing, they got to get him out of there. And it's a very close call to getting out of there. So Raceland is more like the kind of guy that would hold the entire party back, and they still help him. The stuff he does still makes him one of the most dangerous of mages and one of the most powerful of mages. I guess that comes a little bit later on. But so when it comes to disabled characters in gaming, I don't have a problem with it. Here's a good example. If you want a wheelchair of sorts, cyberpunk or any modern setting would be, even a pulp setting would be absolutely conducive to that. But here's where I say, if it's played correctly. Playing it correctly means that you're not automatically the bestest ever at everything. You have limitations that you have to overcome. And that's what it's not ableist to want that kind of thing. What it is it's the ableism of lower expectations, trying to, especially if you're not disabled. I know I'm perfectly able-bodied here, and that could change tomorrow. But when you have I've seen and I see this where I live. There was a guy, he stepped out of his truck one day. I'm just about to head in for my break. Steps out of his truck, goes to the back. I'm not thinking anything of it. He's just kind of moving some stuff around. He pulls something out, puts it on his shoulder, puts the tailgate up. He comes around his truck. Now he's in full view. I could see him. And one of his legs has been amputated just below the knee. And he's got that question mark shaped blade prosthetic on. And he's getting around better than most people with both feet.
Well,
and I'm like, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. He had to go through, hours upon hours of rehab to get himself to where he could do that.
Well, there are two things. Just real quick, two things. The first is like I mentioned that character Tiberius, right?
Yeah.
Who's down a literal arm and a leg, right?
Mm-hmm.
The importance of I'm disabled in a fantasy setting where magic exists, because lots of the counter arguments always been, well, just take a regeneration, we'll just take a healing, is that no, this disability is supposed to be something where I have a problem in extremis. The magic can't touch it, right?
Right.
3K is a werewolf. They regenerate. What did he fight so awful that it destroyed his regeneration and he could not heal back from permanent damage and is still kicking? The other thing is
that makes sense.
The other thing
because he faced a credible threat and survived it.
Right. But the other thing is that where I get my agitation, because if it was just an accessory that existed, I wouldn't care. If it was just there's a thing for combat wheelchair, it's like, that's stupid. No, my thing is that they're extremely disingenuous about it. Well, we're not telling you have to use it, you oppressive shitlord. What? It's like,
well, if I don't have to use it, why are you calling me oppressive?
Yeah, it's optional material, you fuck. Why are you taking it away from other people? It's like, because you are putting it in my face and you're rubbing it up and down on my face and you're telling me black card, veils, lines, I have to use this because it's part of my safety tools to make the disabled people comfortable and safe. And it's like, no, it doesn't make the disabled people comfortable and safe. It makes the disabled people feel disabled, you disingenuous piece of shit.
And here's something I would offer. Rather than a combat wheelchair, how about something like this? This would work, and this fits right in with the setting, no problem. If the character is able to use such an item, I would propose an enchanted suit of armor that would not only protect the character, raise that armor class a bit, but also the enchanted part is right there at the legs. Because if it's the legs that's disabled, I'm assuming we're kind of talking about that.
Yeah.
Then this would allow the character to walk as long as they have them on.
Well, I mean, again, people loving media and then not understanding how that applies to other media. Everybody likes Full Metal Alchemist, right? Alphonse is a suit of armor. Alphonse is the ultimate disabled person.
Right.
He doesn't have a body, and it's like, well, yeah, but he can talk and he can act and he's cool. And it's like, no, put it together. He has no body, which means if he touches people, he doesn't feel the warmth of their hands. He can't take a hug. He can't have sex. He doesn't get to have the pleasure of eating anymore. He gets to watch other people eat.
Yep. Or Krang from the old TMNT cartoon.
Right.
He didn't have a body. He was just that amorphous kind of brain-like blob with some appendages.
And that's the thing. Why is he evil? Because of his fundamental lack of ability to cognate with other people. Because he's just a brain.
That's it. That's the entire thing. And like I said, I don't have a problem. I mean, I do have a disabled character that I built for Cyberpunk Red, who was one of the better hackers out there, one of the better net runners, but ran into some ice that fucked up his nervous system. Now he doesn't walk. He does actually have like a motorized wheelchair, but he kind of has that Nikki Sixx look with the Mick Mars attitude.
Yeah,
always going to be like if he's going to be sitting in his little space at his computer. He's going to be like looking through security cameras for you and being like, all right, go, don't fuck this up.
Well, we're talking about cyberpunk.
Run before those assholes catch you, dickhead. He's that kind of guy.
We're talking about cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is actually a setting. It's not just where disability is believable and useful insofar as it can happen. It's more likely. And people are like, what do you mean? It's like, because your options are get in the wheelchair, right, or go into debt. And I think that this is an element that people misunderstand because they ignore it. They shortchange it because it's so cool to have cybernetics. You don't own your cybernetics.
No, you don't.
You are in millions of dollars of debt for your cybernetics. And every time you get fucked up, every time you get damaged, you have to get repairs. Every time you get repaired, your debt gets deeper. You never get out of debt.
No,
right?
That's what makes it dystopian.
Right, and then it's like, okay, well, I'm a dude in a wheelchair. What am I supposed to do? It's like, be the best hacker, do the hacking game, be the computer, be the Johnson. I have the connections. I talk to people, right? If you need some kind of technological improvement to make your dude in a wheelchair combat capable, well, it looks like a wheelchair, but if somebody pulls a gun on me, I have a minigun built into the side of my chair. I think I brought enough armed superiority to this conversation.
Look at this for just a minute. I know people roll their eyes so hard they see their brain with this one, but Alien Resurrection had a disabled character in it.
Oh,
Christy.
Yeah, no, I love that bit.
Oh no, it wasn't Christy. It was anyway. What was his name? I can't remember now.
I mean, I can look it up. But
Christy was the guy I always palled around.
But before we get into this, I just want to point out. Oh wait. Those characters loved that guy because he was part of their crew. They exert a massive amount of effort over the whole movie to carry his ass to try and save him at their own detriment because you don't leave one of your crew behind.
With one exception, Ron Perlman going, well, we could ditch the cripple, no offense. And he's like, none taken.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Not only is that their character dynamic, right? But in the role-playing scheme, that's his character. Ron Perlman's character is the realist asshole who's gonna make it, but is absolutely gives no fucks, likes no one, does not actually care about anything.
Half the way he announced it was, well, we can ditch the cripple, no offense.
Right.
Just like, well,
and from their behavior, you get the sense that this has been said more than once. These two have done this dance.
That's the thing about those crews. Like, even with the crew of the Sulaco, there was the exchange, hey, Vasquez, have you ever been mistaken for a man? She goes, no, have you?
Right.
And you could tell they are so comfortable with each other. They bust on each other constantly. Like, Vasquez heard there were aliens and she thought they meant illegal aliens. She's like, fuck you.
Well, because because then you have to go farther back. It's actually a perfect example of where the kinds of stories the woke want to tell actually exist, but they don't recognize it because they have short-term memory problems. In Alien 1, right, you've got the captain. The captain's kind of an asshole. You've got the other staff. The other staff are varying degrees of okay. You've got Moffat, Kato, and the other guy who are just doing a paycheck. They just don't care.
Yeah.
Right? And why is Ripley kind of a pain in the ass? Because she's warrant officer, which is the worst place to be in a pseudo-military organization.
Oh, God,
right?
Yeah.
She's a non-com. She has seniority. She has authority. She has no privilege.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
And it's like, what is her thing? Well, this is the 1970s. Yeah, there's a little bit of feminist in it. There's a little bit of I'm a working woman in a man's job. But oh wait, if we were to move Alien to reality, make it a modern story, like a Sex and the City type story with aliens, right? She's working hard hours on a salvage ship. Play hard, work hard with the boys. It's a boys' environment. It's not a girly environment. Maybe she has her quarters to herself. But the fact of the matter is that even the other women are other men.
Yeah.
In a certain sense. Yeah. Because I have to not only have to work with these people, but I have to have these people respect me. Because I can't have them questioning my authority in an emergency.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. But she's also kind of the rules lawyer of the group, which
Right.
that's the only part that's kind of irritating, especially for the captain, who's probably not used to having his orders questioned. But if you notice, she doesn't question his orders right in front of everybody. She usually it's when they're alone.
Oh well, here's the hilarity of it. Then you have Prometheus, right? You jump to the other end of the spectrum, modern film, and Prometheus. So much of what goes on is people being dumb, right? It's like I'm a xenobotanist. Oh wow, my first exposure to an alien life form. I'ma touch it. Are you fucking stupid?
Yeah, it's like
right? And then
quarantine that shit
and then it harms him. And it's like, we got to bring him back on the ship. We got to get him into medical. We got to heal him. It's like, no, leave his ass at the door. What?
For real.
Right? Because then you go back to Alien, and what happened? John Hurt went down. He's looking at the eggs. He actually tripped. He wasn't supposed to be in there. He wouldn't have been in there otherwise. The egg opened. He did the stupid human thing that we would all do. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
The facehugger leaps onto his cabeza, right? They bring him back. They're like, come on, open the door. No. What? He leave him out there. He's infected. There's something wrong. It's like, look, you gotta at least let us bring him in. And why did he get brought in? Because the company said so.
Yeah.
Overruling Ripley, who would have stopped the movie right there.
Yeah. Because without it, there's no movie. But yeah, like we do have these disabled characters in many RPGs that have never had a problem. I think the real problem is I want it my way or not at all. And it's that absolutist thinking where there is no talking it out. There's no negotiation there. That's really what I think most of us, even those of us in the old school, are kind of we're like, when we hear that, we're like, no, because there are other ways to do this that are far better and would still satisfy, your desire to play that kind of a character.
Well, here's the thing, and here's where the insanity comes in, okay? Mm-hmm. Just using what's in the combat wheelchair, their character that is their front and center is a tiefling rogue, right?
Right.
Okay, let's assume for a minute we're going to let this happen, okay? He's in a wheelchair made of wood, okay? But it's got angled wheels like a sports wheelchair because it's a modern wheelchair. No, it's a wooden chair. Come on. Wooden chair, it creaks. But it's made of magical components. Okay, it doesn't creak. It's actually quite good. It's nice. It's on cobblestone. It rumbles a lot. It's like, no, all the street. He's perfectly fine. It's like, okay, fine. It floats. All right. He's a rogue. So what happens? I sneak up to the house. I unlock the door. I quietly push open the door. Then I get out of my wheelchair and I crawl arm over arm into the house. No, you just roll in. Wait, is the door wide enough for my chair? Is there enough room to turn around in this room for my chair? Right. Is what I need upstairs on a shelf? Right? There are so many facets where difficulty exists that they're like, no, I don't want you to interrupt my power fantasy. It's like, isn't your power fantasy about acquisition and attainment? Wouldn't the power fantasy actually be better with difficulties to overcome? Right? Mm-hmm. Because as much as I don't like it, okay, right, I can't say no to a tiefling rogue with legs that don't work that has to crawl around at the places he's stealing from, right? Yeah. Because in a D&D 5 game, I had a rogue fighter multi-class Naga, right? And he was an arcane archer. Why? Because he was an assassin. What did he do? He would use his coils to get up into complicated positions because he could hold on to surfaces that you can't hold on to with hands, right? And then would fire arrows from weird directions that could turn corners.
Right.
He killed a dude with an ice arrow by shooting down a chimney.
Yeah.
Because he climbed up on the roof, fired down the chimney, the arrow went down the chimney, turned the corner, went into the guy's back, and he died, and the ice arrow melted. And my party had a literal drawing room mystery where it's like, well, how would I do this? Because it was a locked room, and the dude was dead, and it's like, that's weird. And then they ended up hunting him down, and he's like, "Look, man, I was paid by somebody else to do this. Don't come after me."
Yeah.
And they found out that he had been paid by a mind flayer called the Octopus, who was a criminal mastermind who was using a cartel to kidnap people for his experiments.
Right.
And it's like, oh god, this rabbit hole goes deep. But the thing is that
that's the thing is like we can craft these kinds of stories, but the thing is we're not looking for complete absolutes here. None of us are.
And I'm just saying, having a big tail that you use to move around, right, is roughly analogous to having, being a fantasy paraplegic. You've got to move your trunk, and that means you're using your arms, and you can be super strong. You can be amazingly powerful with your upper body. Just and this is even historical because we're Scandinavian lore nerds. Olaf.
Sorry, I had to go grab a bottle of water, so I just
that's all good.
Killed the cam.
But there was I want to say his name was Olaf. There was that guy who had the degenerative disorder where his bones kept growing, so he'd have calcium deposits digging into his flesh. He probably lived very uncomfortably.
Right. Yeah.
But not only was he one of the most famous poets of his age, right? But he died at like the ripe age of 60 in battle. His bros used to carry him into battle on a leader, and he would just decapitate people with a big sword and or axe. Nice. And when that leader inevitably hit the dirt because your shield brothers, no matter how tough they are, can't carry a leader and hold a shield in a battle forever, right? He didn't stop. He didn't lay there and die. He crawled around hand over hand and just was taking people out at the ankle, right? And he had multiple sons. He had multiple sons. Women were throwing themselves at this man because he was a murder machine in a society that values that.
Right, exactly. Well, I'll tell you what, we're coming upon like 4.5 hours. I'm going to call it here.
I kept hoping somebody else would jump in, but just you and me ramble apparently.
Well, we do, but hey, this is what I love. I love nerding out over things, so it's all good.
But I stand by Wretched is the New Black. I think that's the
Thank you.
I think that's the solid answer. I can't make any suggestions. My suggestions apparently are already in your notes.
At least in the first 19 pages. I'm still cleaning up. The next plan is to I'm going to be kind of fleshing, like I'm going to make a few characters because I've already asked a few friends. I was like, hey, like there are some friends of mine that played this genre of role play in Second Life. Some of them still are. So I'm tracking a few of them down, and I'm like, would you like to be a character in the game? And I've already gotten a couple people who said yes. And
well, let me ask.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me ask a question because I know you want to wrap up soon, but this is a serious one about Wretched is the New Black.
Sure.
Because we're going to talk about edgy content for a minute.
Oh yeah.
And I mean the Wretchedverse is already little sleazy, but they like it. That's the point.
that's the charm of it.
You said you're using Orange is the New Black. You're using Caged Heat, certainly. My mom has a movie on an old collection called Swamp Women, which is basically the same thing. Yeah,
I have that movie. Yeah,
but are you going to have a section of your book basically for hacks where you could do different settings or time periods and include a reference for Elsa, She-Wolf of the SS?
You know what?
Because that's a famously wretched piece.
That is. And guess what? Elsa, She-Wolf, the Elsa films, I have not seen them all. I've only ever seen Elsa, She-Wolf of the SS. And I'll be honest with you, I was kind of impressed by it. I found it at a video store like way back in the day and just rented it and watched it. And I was like, wow, okay, I didn't know they could do this with movies, but apparently at one point in time they did. But that is one of the inspirations. And I think instead I might, if this one works out, if people like this one, I might just do like that style in a different book, like a sequel to it,
Right.
or then again, I might I'm like I said, this is going to be sandbox all on its own. So with a sandbox, I might not even have to do a sequel. I could just release that book, and then you could take it and hack it and do whatever. Like
Well,
literally, once the book is in your hands, it's out of mine.
well,
So
like I said, the Wretchedverse is already pretty sleazy, but they like it, and that's
yeah.
great. I've talked to both halves of the Red Room; those guys are great.
Oh, they
right?
are.
The thing is I would not run an Elsa of the She-Wolf of the SS adventure structure, right? I wouldn't do it. But
Right.
I would want it in a book about role-playing in a prison with an emphasis on grindhouse sort of 70s, because otherwise it would feel incomplete without it.
It would,
You know?
yeah. And I think the setting the setting that's going to be in the book is going to be the 1980s, because
Yeah.
I think that's where those movies kind of started really reaching their peak, and we got a lot of the we got kind of a mix of like a little realism and a little sexploitation out of it, and I think that was where it really looked good, but I think that was its sweet spot. But at the same time, it's like, hey, you can totally take it back into the 70s. You could take it to like these jungle bamboo style cages and stuff like
Oh,
that.
you mean like Girls of Spider Island?
Yeah, like that, something like that. So I'm really kind of looking at the list that exists, and there are even like plot hooks that I like even though they're completely ludicrous and unrealistic. There was one that was very prevalent in the 1980s. It was, my sister died in there. Now I've got to get myself thrown in there just to investigate her death, because all official channels are closed off. It's like, well, if all the official channels are closed off, they know you're looking.
Well,
if you show up there, you're fucked.
Well, here's a weird permutation. I, for the longest time, did not like the classic World of Darkness, and the reason I didn't care for it was because I was really into New World of Darkness, but at release there was this massive backlash from established classic gamers, like, it's different, it sucks, just very unpleasant. And what turned me back to being like, okay, I can appreciate Old World again, is I was literally reading old material because I like to be informed, so that when I go into arguments with people talking about why something sucks, I can say this, this, and this are my proofs, right? And as you know, Old World has a lot of old stupid cheese in it. Rasputin and Ben Franklin in a UFO flying off into space. But I read Ghosts of the Showa. Have you ever read that book? If you haven't,
no, I haven't read that one.
It is a Wraith accessory, and Wraith is not my jam, right?
Right.
About what happens to the underworld when World War II hit, right?
Yeah.
You have a underworld that is still reeling from World War I, right? Where everything is trenches and gas and barbed wire, right? And suddenly there's this, it starts as a trickle and then becomes a flood of people dying in World War II. More people than have ever died in any conflict ever. And they're not just dying from war. Like soldiers we would know what to do with, right?
Right.
It's all the civilians suffering the Holocaust. And so the Death Lords are at a loss as what to do. So they're like, okay, look, we'll put them into camps and we'll manage them as we slowly implement them into our society, right? And because of the sort of psychoreactive nature of the underworld, it very quickly becomes, oh God, you died in a concentration camp, you went to the underworld, and they put you in a concentration camp.
It's like you can't win for losing.
Right. And the thing is that this material could have been so sleazy, could have been so awful, right? But it's like, no, they wrote it with care and dedication and patience. It's one of the best written game books I would never run. Right. But I would be really pleased to have on my shelf, because it's like, this is one of the best books ever written. It's really sad that we can't run this with people, because you and I both know that the second you tried to run it, somebody would either be immature or it would be too real and somebody would be deeply affected.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, now you and I, if we had more people, like us,
Yeah.
that had the maturity level, again, like I'm gonna put in, I'm writing the introduction after I write the rest of the book, but one of the things that I'm definitely going to be putting in there is this is for sane, rational, mature adults. This is not for children or adults who act like children. So,
Right.
send them to bed before you play this game, because this is going to explore certain topics and certain subjects that maybe, there are going to be people sensitive to that, and they're not going to want to play that. So,
Right.
you're playing this with people you trust, obviously. I mean, then again, you're playing the Wretchedverse with you're playing with people you know and trust.
Well, that's the thing, and that's why all the safety tools offend me, right? Is like, okay, you're gonna play with a bunch of newbies. Great. It's gonna be their first experience with role playing ever.
Mm-hmm.
And you chose World of Darkness.
Yeah.
And which World of Darkness? But here's the thing. Okay, which World of Darkness did you pick? Mortals? Okay, yeah, you can just do Mortals. We all watch Stranger Things. We've all seen Are You Afraid of the Dark? You can do Ghost Story. That's fine. Oh no, you're doing Vampire.
Oh,
Are you erring on the side of like Anne Rice? Oh no, you're going Sabat. No, that's not a good time for newbies. Don't do that.
No, don't do that.
And with that in mind, it's like, okay, here we are. We're gonna go play the Wretchedverse. Oh man, that's an acquired taste. We're gonna need to get all of our sleaziest, dirtiest friends who like sleazy, dirty things, because I'm gonna counter with you. No, it is gonna be an immature time.
Oh, definitely.
Okay,
yeah.
it's gonna be caged titties and whips and all the things you're not supposed to do. But the people came for that.
Yeah.
Nobody came for a deep introspection on the prison system. They came for the fantasy prison.
Yeah, it doesn't really exist. It only operates under a certain set of rules.
For women in difficult times, finding truth through lesbian connection. It's like, oh man, here we go.
Cue up that music that they play before all the newer Grindhouse movies, like before Machete or Death Proof or Planet Terror.
Oh, I'm just gonna throw those out there. I'm just gonna throw those out there. You could use this, like, make it a byline somewhere. It's Grindhouse meets Lifetime.
And here's the it's interesting you bring up Lifetime, because I'm gonna blame my mom for this.
I'm just saying, like, Lifetime always has those movies. I'm just saying, Lifetime always has those movies where it's like her story, a tale of triumph.
Right, and like my mom, I cannot figure out why, but my mom absolutely loved those types of movies, and this is before Lifetime even existed. These are always some made-for-TV movies, like Sex, Lies, and Videotape, or something just equally as lurid. But they made it for TV, so you knew it was there wasn't going to be a whole lot of realism to it, because if there were, it would not be appearing on network TV. But she always had like one of these movies on, and I'm sitting there like, I guess I get the connection. And of course, me, I ended up working in one. I actually did visit a women's prison one time. That's a story for another time, because I never wanted to go back ever.
We don't have that kind of time.
We don't have that kind of time. But do you have anything you want to plug before we close out?
Not yet, but I did apparently talk myself into working as writer on a survival crafting game with a friend of mine who really wants to do one of those. Nice. And in colloquial, because it's really early days. I can't say with any finality what it's going to be.
Okay.
But I'm already trying to edge in wise and be like, look, man, we really need to bring in some of these OSR elements. And it's like, well, what do you mean? It's like, well, we all know that weapon breaking sucks, but like maybe it would be interesting if we had a survival crafting game where not everyone is human with the same base stats and the same base starting in all ways everywhere. Like maybe we could use racial dimorphism of various non-human species to create a more entertaining or interesting play dynamic where different characters might not have different starts, but they have different skills that they're better at. So, like an orc might learn forging and combat skills really fast because their stamina and strength, they can just chop wood all day, right? But then if you turn around and be like, okay, now forge a something fine and delicate, they're like, I can't. My fingers are dumb. It takes forever to train this skill. So,
Nice.
you know. And then characters, of course, players will be encouraged to then take different characters of different types and combine their efforts so that you have the admixture of a party rather than, everyone is human. Because while you can do everyone is human, and I got no problem with our OSR friends who are like everyone is human, right? That's what the adventuring party is for. Is because everybody brings a little bit of different focus to the table, both in class and in racial component.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've always said. Tabletop role playing, especially the older rule sets, that they're great for teaching. Like if you really want diversity, you're gonna have to go OSR because it's the truest form out there. You've got the wizard who is no good, who might not be so good in combat, but you have that barbarian who's not so great at magic, and if they're both in a dungeon filled with magic, the barbarian's not going to be so great at disarming a lot of the traps, but the wizard will, and then he can defend the wizard.
Hey, my wizards took a weapon proficiency in firearm. Because I'm glad you changed your name, you son of a bitch. Gun is the ultimate spell. But no, if I have to plug something,
staff shaped like that, it's not a staff.
Right. But if I have to plug something, let's do it. We've been doing it for an hour. Let's do it. Let's plug the Wretchedverse. Go by the Red Room, guys.
So check this out. If you want to check out the Wretchedverse, you could do so at BigGeekEmporium.com. You could do it on DriveThruRPG.com. And you can check them out on Twitter. I'm going to be including links in the description because I'm going to have to edit this a little bit. But in any case, the Wretchedverse, if you're just strapped for cash, they do have quick start guides to Wretched Bastards, Wretched Country, which is a Western. Wretched Bastards is the fantasy. Wretchploitation, which is the more like a grindhouse 1970s exploitation film type of setting. There's Wretched New Flesh, Letters from a Valadad, which that one is sort of biopunk kind of Cronenberg kind of stuff, which is really cool. So think The Fly or something like that. It's a really big one too. That's a big book. And then there's Wretched Space. So now you have your sci-fi settings. You have two sci-fi settings, a 1970s grindhouse setting, and all that. You can get all those quick start guides absolutely free. They're just the rules, so you'll have everything you need to start playing.
I was about to ask, where's their wretched space opera setting? Because obviously you need aliens with a grindhouse flavor, because that's gonna get your Nostromo vibe real hard.
You go. Yeah, definitely. on top of that, one of the things that I did that Eric Fabiashi did, he put this up on his blog. He linked back to my video on it when I said you can take, like, say, Kids on Bikes, then you take Monster of the Week, and you can use some elements from Monster of the Week and Kids on Bikes, and then you wrap it all up with something like 10 Candles, and you have sort of a tragic horror game if you're just going to use the rules from 10 Candles, or you're going to use them and you have to flesh them out using Monster of the Week or something like that. Stitch your games together, and now you've got an entirely new game that you have replay value for ages. And that's one of the things, like, bringing that up is really cool, because you could take Wretched Space and you can apply Wretchploitation to it as an aesthetic, and now you've got this this mental film that has the little lines and the cigarette burns in the corner and stuff like that. It's pretty cool.
I mean that's my frustration. I certainly agree. It's like, check out the Wretchedverse, guys. I am very much not a fan of game situations where you have to, even with holistic gaming where you're using multiple sources, have to fix the game aftermarket to make it work. And that's not a reflection of Wretched. That's about, you mentioned Monster of the Week, which I freaking hate. I hate the Evil Hat apocalypse system where you are your role, and through not getting bonuses, you are implicitly punished for not living up to your role. I got a friend who is seriously into Avatar. And because I want to do something nice for them, because they don't have a lot of money, I kickstarted the Avatar RPG. Only to discover after I got it, it's like, oh, this is Apocalypse World again, right? Or Dungeon World, whichever one it is. And I actually was like, okay, fine, I'll try to learn this so that I can play it with them because they're gonna want to play it. And it's like, no, it doesn't describe how to do its own rules.
Yeah,
it doesn't explain dice rolls in it. They're like, you can use dice to make rolls, to use moves, and the move system is influenced by the dice, and the dice are influenced by the moves. And it's like, right, but what do I roll? Oh, it's 2d6. But what does a 2d6 mean when I roll it?
Exactly. Yeah. Like I think for something like that, you probably have to have another source book to run it.
Right.
Yeah,
but that frustrates me a little bit.
Yeah, that's not explaining that you're running an adventure for another source book, and like at least with like Chronicles of Iris or Arcanus or something like that, those third-party adventures and campaign settings. Do you have to have the 3 core rule books for D&D to do it? No, absolutely not. You can literally just go download the basic rules for free and just use that. And there you go.
I mean, I had a revelation recently. I discovered that I have actually had a book from Grim Jim for a decade, and I didn't know it was from his line of 100 horror series.
Which one?
I think it's literally 100 horror starting like setups. I'd have to look up the name, and I'll link it to you in the Gilded in our own time. But entirely because, yeah, according to Felberg over here on the Gilded, you and I are over 4 hours into the stream. We're clearly RPG-aligned robots. But anyway, no, I have this book, and I actually used it once. I got approached. I was running Forsaken for the club, and they were like, we need plots for convention. So I went and I thumbed through this 100 starts, and I literally cut and paste a document. I printed a PDF out of a PDF and said, just run this. And I handed them something that was setting a mechanics agnostic for a plot about black marketeers in snuff tapes, right?
Oh.
And said, run that. And they never got back to me. It's like, well, no. but you're running World of Darkness.
Yeah.
You're running Werewolf at a convention. You need something with teeth for people to care about.
That's it, yeah.
You're just peddling in murder that's going to attract negative spirit resonance. Go play. Exactly. Why do I need to do your legwork for you? So now we fronted for Wretched and for Grim.
Yeah, something like that would actually work, and I think that's an idea I'm going to kind of keep around in the back of my mind for when I do finally find a group that would actually want to play this one with me, because I would be happy to run any of the Wretched games. I think Eric Fabiashi, what he mentioned was he was running Chalt, or no, he wasn't running Chalt. He was using Chalt as a setting, but he was using Wretched Space to get there. And he's already got play reports up on his blog, which they're pretty interesting to read. I'm like, dude, I would love to play something like this, because I have those Chalt books. They're awesome.
I mean, in the realm of party foul, I have in fact played Chalt once with Venger, which is great. Venger's a fun guy if you actually get to talk to him, and he's not putting on his Venger hat being, I'm Venger, I'm going to be outspoken and outrageous. And yet, at the same time, I don't know if my version of Chalt, if I were to run Chalt, if I had the book, and his version of Chalt would line up. Because
Probably.
I didn't dislike the experience, but I was like, this is a little superficial. This is a little light. But I mean,
Yeah.
he was running a single game. He didn't
Yeah.
have a lot of time for a lot of digging, so it's like, okay, it's a dungeon crawl in a weirdness.
Yeah.
My snake man is going to fight a giant monster. I'm down.
But this is why we love stuff like Chalt and Lamentations and the Wretchedverse and stuff like that. Dungeon Crawl Classics, Mutant Crawl Classics. Like personally, I love those weird elements that just make, like with D&D. I feel sometimes we take it very seriously, and we do for good reason. But when we're just not looking to take it so seriously, and I mean, even then you could take it as seriously as you want. Book of Antithesis is one where you could take that pretty seriously and you could run a serious game with it. But at the same time, there's enough weirdness there that you can look back on it. You can take it serious in the moment, look back on it and go, wow, I really went for it, didn't I? Okay.
Well, here's this about that. You were mentioning that, one day you might want to play Curse of Strahd, but you just don't want to give money to wizards.
True.
Right? The thing is that I've played it both as written, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'd played the original into Castle Ravenloft, right? Because I'm an old man. But I've found that the primary value of Curse of Strahd is using Barovia as your very narrow sandbox, because you don't get the rest of Ravenloft. And really, if you're going to, please use the Domains of Dread book. Don't use the Van Richten's Guide, because that's just garbage. The thing is that I found it is better to use Curse of Strahd as a platform to chop it up into pieces and do adventures in Barovia rather than actually engaging with Curse of Strahd, right? And it's a perfectly example of OSR action, because it's like, no, I can fit a dungeon in this. This is a large open space on your map with nothing in it. I'm going to put a dungeon there. I'm going to do stuff. To the extent that I have sometimes hacked it to run Curse of Strahd in other game systems and surprised people. My personal favorite is I had some players, they made D&D characters. They were really kind of bored. They're like, D&D, right? So I'm like, okay, so you show up in Barovia. It's market day, and that seems weird, right? And so there are people in the streets, and they're selling and hawking, and they're getting wares, and they're surviving. And there's a big tent. It's like, okay, well, who's in the big tent? Well, it's protected by the boyars, who are the Lord's men. Okay. And you go in, and it's Strahd's right hand, his elf, who, when you look at him, you hear the screams of the dying, right? Oh. And he's like, I'm looking for a few good men for a job. And it's like, what? Strahd's hiring? It's like, yes, Strahd is hiring. Well, what's the problem? It's like, well, for 3 nights and 3 days, a red star appeared in the sky. And that red star is still there. And my lord has determined that it is, in fact, a vessel stuck in the firmament of the heavens that sent burning stars to Earth. And he wants to know what it is. And so the adventurers ride out, right? And they go to look, and they discover Imperial Guard regiments have established themselves in trenches, because it's actually a landing force of Iron Warriors from 40K who are stuck in Ravenloft due to the wiles of the warp. They can neither make landfall nor can they leave. Their dread domain is being stuck on their ship in high orbit over Ravenloft.
Oh, shit.
And all they can do is send drop pods and materiel that either don't make it back or can't make it back.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait a minute. I'm playing Ravenloft, yes? And you want me to fight Space Marines? Yes.
Yeah, that's and these little problems, they come up all the time, but honestly, I think I'm going to wrap it here, because I just looked at my clock. It's time. It's like getting time for me to prepare dinner.
Escape before it's too late.
We must leave. I need food. I still
gotta
eat
go.
food.
I gotta go rescue my mother.
Despite what Victor says, I still eat food. Okay.
Look, Victor's an oven. He's just very sensitive about people putting food inside him.
I, however, am not. But anyway, dude, thanks so much for joining me. This is a lot of fun.
I mean,
This is a
clearly,
hell of a lot of fun.
clearly, we need more people here because otherwise, I'm just going to keep you here forever. So let's escape. I'm gonna save my mother. You make dinner.
All right.
And I'll see you probably next week. I will probably scurry around and be like, "What are you doing?" By the way, how is the mic?
You know what? I'll let you be the judge. How's it sounding?
No, you sound fine. I'm saying,
Okay.
how do I sound on you? Because
you sound fine. You're coming through loud and clear.
Yeah, because like I said, new cable.
New cable. Okay.
Yeah, the mic that I've got is pretty good, off-brand, about $40. But the cable it comes with is lowest common denominator, poor quality. The fittings burn out real quick, so I had to buy another cable that the person who suggested this mic to me didn't tell me to buy.
Oh, wow.
And then swapped in the cable. So now I'm trying to learn. It's like people are saying I'm quieter, but I'm also clearer with less attenuation, less static, and so on.
Definitely.
So I'm checking with everybody. It's like, how's it doing, guys? Anyway, go before I start talking again. Escape.
Right. Guys, those of you who tuned in today and hung out with us however long you did.
Apparently, I have the best quote in stream. Victor is an oven is now the best quote in the stream.
All right. Thank you so much for tuning in, guys. We love you all. Take care of yourselves and each other. Always play what lights you up, and as always, play on.